Welcome, everybody. Welcome on in, Lucas Player, Pezliz, Royal Nomi, Wolfman Crab Arms. I apologize for a slightly late start. I was having some issues with my microphone, random issues with my microphone earlier. So, something about playing around with new scenes. Speaking of which, I'm going to go ahead and switch around and see if we can't try out the new scenes. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, there's everybody. Hey, everybody. Welcome on in to the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and I'm your host today. I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. What does that mean? Well, it means that I do everything from uh, building and assembling 3D printers to modding 3D printers to building 3D printers, which is what we'll be doing on stream today. Yeah, hey Royal Nomi. I also do a little bit of cosplay, as you can see by my helmets over here. And I do some prototyping, such as the Zero G Mercury 1 that we built under a closed beta that is a full frame enclosure build. Your name is Lucas. Welcome on in, Lucas. Welcome on in. Yeah, so I'm playing around with some changes. Own 3D was starting to annoy me, so I've tried to switch over and I've got a second set of scenes loaded up into OBS that's based on stream elements. So we're going to give that a shot and see how this. Apparently, this camera I've got set at 1920, so you get to see all the mess underneath here. You get to see all the goodness that is the horrendous mess where I've got stuff sitting everywhere. Uh-oh, stellar shirt. Yes, yes, stellar shirt. So today, and let me do that real fast because now I think about it, I never changed the stream info. Let me update that real fast. So Voron V0.2 S1 Part 1 frame build. Okay, sorry about this, folks. I am working on just getting a couple of things set up. Like I said, I recently was playing around with stream elements to try and get a new set of scenes set up in OBS because Own 3D was being annoying. Apparently, Chris is playing around with a little swirly thing. Let me see if a few things work. Hey, the drop game's working. Apparently, I still have it set to the cake from my birthday stream. Good morning, Pez Liz. Good morning. Welcome on in. Yeah, true Tinker Room. Stuff's everywhere. Like, I need to now. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change this so you guys don't see all my junk down here. Hey, we got a drop game going. We should have things like slots. Hopefully, the slots still work for me. Pathogen. Not necessarily set up right, but we do have Capogen explosions, but I think it's actually pull up Capogen. So we'll play around with that. There we go. Yeah, we need to fix that a bit. Going to full Capogen is going to be a pain. But yeah, so we're messing around with a few things. Good morning, Seven Sins Gaming. Welcome on in. We're just chilling out, getting some coffee. And by the way, I've got my new coffee mug that came in. This is from Shannon Rona or S Rona 58 on Twitch. Currently out at TwitchCon. Yeah, only one running upstairs behind me, and part of that is I try not to run all of these all the time because I'm not sure if it's picking up with the mic. But just for you, another set of penguins going on Ragnarok and another set of penguins going on Green Dragon downstairs in the dining room. I also have penguins going on the Rook 2020 and chameleons going on the Prusa Mini. So I've got like my whole little Toys for Tot things going on downstairs. And the other reason why is so right now, Fey Dragon's printing the rest of the parts for the V0.2 build. We're doing the accent parts, and this plate is primarily all of the um, extruder pieces. There was one piece that failed in doing the AB motors, the Z, and stuff like that. I'm not sure which piece it is. It'll probably be critical to the build, and we'll have to work through that. Uh-oh. Let me get caught up on chat here. Hey, Nick, welcome on in. Ram Online, welcome on in. Need coffee now. Exactly. So why wasn't the bamboo in service? Was it just you didn't get everything set up yet, or? Yeah, that's true, Wolfman Crab Arms. The sound of stepper motor screaming in the background is ASMR. No donuts today because, like I said, I was mucking around with Stream Elements and trying to figure out why something. So if I open OBS up first, then my browser, OBS captures the mic. If I have the browser open first, then open OBS, Chrome captures my mic and OBS wigs out. Yeah, it's weird. Something's weird. And I was fighting that this morning. That's why I had a kind of a late start. Yeah, it is Royal Nomi, and you'll notice that Own 3D is not spamming the heck out of everything. We should get some stuff out of Stream Elements, but I set it up for like 45 minutes and stuff like that. So hopefully that doesn't mess with you too much. Hey, Timor, welcome on in. Luminous filament not happy, had a little jammy jam. Sorted possible future. Well, there you go. There you go. It's always good to have a little jammy jam. So yeah, new stream set up. I've got the Brio 4K running at full 4K resolution, so that's why you're seeing a lot more of the room. I could potentially drop that down to, in fact, let me see something real, just for giggles. Oh no, I actually have it at 1920 by 1080. Very weird. Very weird. Okay, no worries. We'll leave it the way it is. We won't muck with it on stream. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, so today we're going to be building our V0.2, and it's an LDO Motors kit. So we're going to have to be going off of both the Voron assembly manual as well as have our little notes page up from LDO, because there's all kinds of notes that says, hey, on this page you're not going to do X, or on this page you're not going to do Y. So you need to keep that up as well. Apparently I need to figure out why I have that's that. This goes to this, slides over here maybe. Sorry, I'm playing with Windows just to make it a little bit easier for me to navigate around and note, like, hey, there's a page change. There we go. That'll help. So, and I hope that wasn't extremely loud. I am still trying to figure out where the volume is for that transition, but it is somewhat extremely loud over here. Hey, Poity, welcome on in. Welcome on in. I feel like I just saw you, I don't know, a few hours ago. KB3D throwing out the big Giano dance emotes there. Yeah, nice. So what you'll see is I've got the keyboard here, which I'm going to move out of the way. But I went through and I did a few things last night to get set up. So if you were on Chris's stream, you may have heard me talking about lubing my rails. So I lubed all of the rails last night. That over there. Down a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, we'll fix that with Stream Elements, or see if we can't. But we've got 4 LDO 200 millimeter MGN 9 rails, I believe they are, or maybe they're all 7s. I don't know. Anyhow, we've got 4 LDO rails. This is going to be for the Y and the Z axis. And then we have 1 genuine high wind rail, and this is going to be for the X axis. You're awake? Oh, yeah. That's always a good thing, especially when you're up till like 2:30 in the morning working on stream stuff. So we've got the rails already lubed up and ready to go. And then I've got the all of our extrusions laid out. We have let's see, let's grab the manual and scroll down through the manual a little bit, but first I do want to go into this real fast. And move that chat window up ever so slightly. So hopefully we can not make this like, okay. So No, the KB3D streams are pretty good. They're pretty fun. They're pretty interesting. But yeah, after that, then we went to Kobe Lax. So I was over here jamming, sitting down here working on stream elements, trying to get stuff up and running. And yeah, it was a little crazy. Not gonna lie, not gonna lie, did not get much sleep last night. And now you're just see me just kind of tweaking, adjusting, and moving things so that we can actually see everything on the screen. So, um, the assembly the assembly manual is very well laid out. If you've ever used an LDO Motors assembly manual, you will know that they're extremely well laid out. Um, we've got information on how to print the parts. They are printing. Well, the last few are printing. We talk about the primary color. The accent color will have the little Voron heart. There will be a translucent piece or a couple of them that I need to search for because I think I had some printed out already. If not, I'll have to print those out off stream. And those translucent pieces, I print them out using the technique to print clear PETG. So I think we all have a crash week. Yeah. No jet lags, but stream lags. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's a lot of people out at TwitchCon this weekend, so that may be impacting some Twitch streams here and there. Let's see. Keep scrolling down here. It talks to us about the different types of fasteners that we'll use, the pulleys, the heat set inserts, bearings, maker T-beam nuts, etc. Talks to us about how to do blind joints, the tools that you'll have. We do not need to print out this drill guide because we're using an LDO frame. Everything is already pre-cut and pre-drilled and pre-tapped. Okay, and so we've got the extrusion. Now there's nothing different between an A and a B extrusion because it's just easier for LDO motors. The only difference is A should have no tapping whatsoever on the end holes, where B, both ends will be tapped for screws. It not tapping a series of these and providing, having to remember to grab one special one is kind of crazy. So what LDO Motors does is all of these are tapped on the end holes. It just streamlines the manufacture process. So the A and the B are the exact same. There's no other holes in it other than the ends being tapped. So we have one A and 5 Bs. The C extrusions, we have 2 of those, and these have a set of holes, one on each end. So there's one here and one here, and it's only on one side. So these are your C extrusions. Your D extrusions have the 2 holes. Whoops. Which way we make that work? Come on. There we go. So you've got a hole at each end, and then you're going to rotate it, and you're going to have a hole at one end on the other side, and just one end, not both ends. So this is your D extrusions. We'll get those laid out. And then next up will be the E extrusions. And there's 4 of these. And once again, there's only a single hole at one end and it's a little further offset. So you'll have 4 of these. And then for this kit, we do not have the F or the G extrusions. F and G are used for the bed, and we are not using the extrusion bed system. We're using a Kirigami bed system. Good morning, subsector. Welcome on in. You're using M5 washers and all blind joints on your Trident. It makes it easier to get the frame square because it doesn't they won't rotate. And that was a tip from Steve Builds on his stream, made a comment about that. So that, yeah, I'm going to use that when I go to do the frame build for the 2.4 for Chewy's box or Chewy's machine. It's actually tapped for M6, but I will go get some M6 washers from the store and use that method as well when I build his frame. Yeah, these extrusions are really, really nice. I really like the LDO extrusions. So once again, we're not using F and G. There is a note right in here that talks about if you have the Kirigami bed kit, you do not need F and G, and they won't be in the kit. Then we've got a couple of H's, and this goes back to 2 holes, 1 in each end. And H and I think C are the exact same. So yeah. And so I just kind of laid them out, left a little bit of space between them so it's easy for me to tell which is which. There are some other extrusions that I left in the box, and they're for the top hat. And we'll get to those around like page 260. Exactly. It's like we come in, hey, Britt, how are you doing? I almost missed you there. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, it's great to come in on a Saturday and see everybody here, and yeah, come on in and let's do another printer build. And so we're going to start off with the frame, and this shows the standard extrusion frame. We won't be using that. We'll be using a Kirigami. So we will have to jump over to the Kirigami instructions once we get there, but this will get us started. Yeah, this is where we teach Real Nomi the difference between socket head cap screws, button head cap screws, flat head cap screws, not just thingamajiggies and Witsits. So it starts off talking about installing M2 nuts in these plastic printed parts. Yeah, belay that. Over here in the corner, there's this note about nut bars. LDO Motors comes with these things. They're a lot more easy to use than the printed strips. My V0.1 that sits back here, baby blue, was done with the printed strips. Oh my God. I wound up buying a set of these from, I can't remember whomever stocks the LDO stuff, and got a set of these when I had to replace the rail. So the X and Y are using these nut bars, but the Z is still using the plastic ones just because I wasn't going to take it all the way apart. With their widget thingies tucked in hidey holes. That's true. That's true. Now, one of the things that you'll notice on here is this is like any other piece of metal. This feels like it's stamped, which means you've got a curved rounded edge on the top, and the bottom side you'll have kind of a little sharper edge or a burr. If you slide it in this way with this side at the top, it slides in really nice and smooth. their suggestion is to flip it over and slide it in with the bird edge up top, because that will hold things in place a lot nicer when you go to start aligning everything. So yeah, they're not nutty. Well, they are nutty buddies. They're nut bars that are good buddies. And as I mentioned, for those of you, I did get my Rona 58 mug in. That's the one we're drinking out of today. Manufactured intolerance. Nice. I thought that was like Creality, isn't it? The other thing that I did, so this is an old Voron hardware kit from Fabrico. So none of this applies, but I just took all of the different screws and set them in here. I left them in their bags so I can see them, because once again, the labels won't match. And then I did like all the M3s, all M3s back here. We got washers, the heat set inserts, our M3 hex nuts, the M3 slide-in nuts. We've got some M2 self-tappers and some other various. So I kind of laid this out just to make it a little bit easier when it comes time to start grabbing things. All right. Hey there, Free Heathen. How are you doing? Welcome on in today, sir. Welcome on in. So we're getting ready to start the build. Uh-oh. Subsector. Gifting a tier 1 gift sub to Free Heathen. Awesome. And dang it, there's still an own 3D thing out there. We'll have to kill that. We'll have to figure out a way of killing that fully. I guess I could just demod own 3D. That'll prevent it from throwing messages out there. The linear rail Royal Nomi just subscribed. Thank you for another tier 1 gift sub subsector. Thank you, thank you. Three messages were deleted by a moderator. Stream elements timed out Free Heathen for 30 seconds. What the heck? Let me see if I can't figure that out real fast. Chatbot, spam filters. Let's just do that. I trust y'all. So I've got 4 words that I banned. That's it. So I just removed all chatbot moderation. So you should be good. He said, dude. Okay. Love you, my dude. Yep, there you go. You talking dirty again, my dude? Yep, yep. Hey, thanks for the bits, Royal Nomi. Yeah, so we fixed that. Like I said, Free Heathen, you're a little bit late to the game here, but Pezla is cheering some bits, and we're into a hype train. Awesome. Awesome, gang. We're going into a hype train. So yeah, like I said, I really hope that's not extremely loud. So thank you all again. You'll see that some things are a little bit different. The transitions are different. I'm playing around with some stream element stuff. We should have things like bang slots, bang drop. It's Capagen. While I'm sitting here and we're starting this hype train, let me jump over here and see if I can't change or at least add a alternate for Capagen. If I can find it again. There are a ton of commands over here in Stream Elements. So That's nice. Must have missed it. Actually, that's got a separate module. Nope. Apparently I can't figure it out, but hey, thanks for the cheers again, Royal Nomi. Thank you, everybody. Hez Liz, is that a coffee cup? That is a Maker's Deck coffee cup. Are you trying to make a hint that I need a Maker's Deck coffee cup on stream? If there is one, I'll go get one. Oh, and cupcakes. Yes, cupcakes. Cupcakes would be good. Thank you for the bits. 15 bits, Pez Liz. Royal Nomi with 100 bits. Royal Nomi with 10 bits. Subsector with 100. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do we get to know what 4 words are banned? No, but if you can figure it out, good on you. But there's four words that I started with that are banned. Okay, now I'm confused because I know. There we go. Or yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it, Free Heathen. We're gonna work on getting the stream stickers slapped up and everything. KB3D Chris cheered 300. Awesome. We do have points down here as well, the channel points. So my moderator, otherwise known as KB3D Chris, can give points out to people so that they can hang around and play with. Hey, Pezliz, nice landing there. 92.35. Very nice. And yes, pro streamer all the way. We're working on it. We're trying to make things a little bit cleaner on the interface and just get things a little bit better. Flamer, the heavy flamer. Marlin? Yeah. All right, so I still need to figure out, Own3D is still getting in here, so I'm going to have to kill that somehow eventually. Ooh, should we be doing the 7 dirty words by George Carlin? I'd have to check those out and figure out what those dirty words are. Okay, I'll be back in a bit, heading out, old man. We got 221 birthday parties planned. Oh, wow. Yeah, and I should probably be here, Royal Nomi. You know me. We'll probably go until, like, I don't know. The Clemson Tigers football game is at 8, so I've got a while. I've got a while, and let me come over and check. There we go. I think I'm starting to hit hot flashes or something. Might be something about the 280-degree hot end with 110 bed heater behind me, which is the other reason why there's not multiple printers going on right now is so the parts that I'm printing for this build are polycarbonate ABS blend. Okay. And we've got, apparently my Stream Deck doesn't work right now on this set, but this is the PC ABS and this is the sparkle fluorescent red. The slightly different shade than the one than the standard ABS, which was interesting. If you want to see that change, so use the hairs here. This is what happens when you change to multiple different filaments in the same print. So The bottom portion of this is the ABS, straight ABS. And then you should be able to tell the transitions right about there where my finger is, where we get into a slightly different shade as we go into the PC ABS. That was weird. Might be easier to see on the main camera. Like I said, it's a slightly different shade. Oh yeah, it's a lot easier to see on that one. Yeah, so PC ABS is a thing. So you'll see that there are two different shades. It's fine for this because this is just a mounting bracket for a display. I'm going to wind up with, so Kyber Dragon has the 4.3-inch Big Tree Tech SP or display, TFT display for Clipper screen. I'm going to add a 4.3 display to both the other two. So, and thank you everybody for keeping the hype train going. Let's go. Let's go. Let's hype it up. Hey, K2 Kevin, welcome on in with 100 bits cheered. Thank you, my friend. Subsector with her Star Trekky things. And Subsector with 5 bits and then another 95 bits for a total of 100 bits. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's here this morning. And looks like the hype train has ended. We completed 19% of a level 2 hype train with 2 subs and 940 bits. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you all very much. Yeah, we're kind of slowly getting into this build. We're still playing around with some of our commands and stuff, trying to make things just a little bit more better for the stream. But oh well, thank you, Subsector. Yeah, I do what I can here to try and keep things going, and every little bit helps. So thank you very much to offset the cost. Once again, this build that we are doing, this is a sponsored build. So KB3D Chris provided this LDO Motors V0.2 S1 kit to me. Gave it to me at Earth, which is now rebranded to 3D Printopia. And I am building this on stream, and once we're done, this kit's going to be sent back over to Chris at KB3D, and he's going to ship this out to a maker in need. So yeah, this is going to be a nice build. The color scheme here, let me actually grab a couple of parts so you guys can see the color scheme and what it's going to look like. So we've got the red extrusion. We've got our sparkle purple mist, right? Sparkle purple mist is the primary color. Once again, this is Sparta 3D polycarbonate ABS blend. And the accent colors are going to be the sparkle fluorescent red. And yes, I know this warped a little bit. It's going to be perfectly fine and no problems there. But yeah, this will be the color scheme. So once again, the primary color is the sparkle purple mist, and the accent color will be the red to go along with the red frame. This is our color scheme for this build. Which one of these did I grab? That one. So yeah, and without further ado, as Modbot would say, let's actually build something. Let's actually build something. We've been going almost 45 minutes and we haven't even like broken out a screw or anything. So linear rails preparation and mounting. Most of them will arrive with a shipping oil. The high wind rail especially so. Like it was Yeah, there was gloves all the way around, plenty of paper towels, some um, isopropyl alcohol to clean things off. But what you really want to do is clean the carriages, clean the rails, re-lubricate everything once you get everything cleaned out. Yeah, and then keep in mind the carriages. You'll notice that I've got bump stops on the LDO rails, but there's no bump stop on the high wind rails. So we got to be very, very careful about that because they're made to slide easy and they can slide right off. And if it slides off, you're probably going to lose a ball or two. And losing balls on carpet is not going to be a good day. You're going to be grabbing some magnets and scouring everywhere, right? Let's see. All right, so we're going to start with the Y rails, and it talks about the E extrusion. So A, B, C, D, E. We're going to need 2 of these. And once again, they're the ones with the, I think it's like 29 point something millimeter gap there between the end and the hole. It's like 29.5 millimeters. Right, so we're going to need 2 of those. They're oriented away from us with the holes showing at the top. And let me just bring you guys down here a little bit more. There you go. And we're going to take 2 of our nut bars. And once again, we're going to flip them over so that I'll say the bird edge from the stamping is facing up. And we're just going to slide this into the T-slot. Same thing on the other side. And I'm not going to worry about getting them properly spaced just yet. I just want them in there so I can get the screw started, and then I will do any offset that I need to. Okay. Hey, Kenneth 3D Prints, welcome on in. Welcome on in. We've just been chatting. It's been a slow start to the morning. We were chatting about some of the prep work that I did yesterday. For once, I'm not going to glove up and lube my rails on stream. I actually cleaned and lubricated the linear rails last night while I was listening to KB3D's stream as he was, what were we working on? We were working on some more lights. We didn't play with the pecker. We didn't play with the black box. We were working on lights, and we were using some inexpensive things off of Amazon, like some, what were they? They were the Room D13s, right? That you were using? I say that because I think I have a couple of them around here. Nope, not that one. That's a charging board. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I have some of those boards around here. Yeah, the Room. I think they were WROOM, not D. And then the Notwell BS25 or BS20-5. The So Not a Meanwell power supply that he got off of Amazon, I believe. And it's so bad that it didn't even have a cutout for the switch for the 115 to 200 or 220. So I'm going to say this, but this is probably an auto switching power supply, so it wouldn't have it anyhow. But yeah, and the case on it, it looked like about the thickness of 2 sheets of tinfoil. Yeah, it was funny. Like we were seriously waiting to see things go up in smoke on stream. But once again, the whole location will be at this end. We'll get things measured out once we get our rails on. We're going to grab 2 of our LDO motors rails. It's up to you whether you want to, we'll say, get your LDO going in one direction or the other, make them readable if you're sitting on the inside of the printer so that your hot end can read the LVO. You know, it's up to you. Orientation really doesn't matter, except for belts. The wording on the belt has to be readable. You do it the other way around, it confuses people. So we're going to use our M2x6 socket head cap screws for this, which means we're going to grab our little tray here, and we're looking for our M2x6 socket head cap screws. And these, I don't even think these take the 1.5, do they? Yeah, these are the 1.5 heads. I highly, highly, highly suggest when you're working with these that you get a straight end. Come on, focus. That you get a straight end set of ball wrenches. Do not use a ball end on these. You will strip these out in the blink of an eye. Coffee obtained. Awesome. Awesome, Liz. And once again, all I'm going to do is just get these started so that the heads will be beneath the linear rail itself. They're going to be loose. That's perfectly fine for now. And then we'll use our alignment tools to get these aligned. And we're in an ad. So on Chris's stream last night, we also were talking about, you know, maybe I need to talk to like Black Rifle Company, who's the brand of coffee I subscribe to, and see if they wouldn't want to sponsor the stream. So I'd actually have a coffee shop sponsoring the stream. And I was thinking, well, that's not a bad idea. First hot coffee of the season. Oh, that's right. You're one of those cold brew people, huh? Someone needs to compile a what type of printer builder questionnaire? Oh, do you mean, are you a Steve Builds that seems to be somewhat organized? A Nero 3D, somewhat not organized as he's switching between 3 different stream setups now because he's got his standard setup in the basement that he'd been using for years. It's now kind of his review space. The garage setup, which is the build space now, and then I guess his desk setup because he started gaming streaming, to the mod bot where everything looks organized. But you know, he gets a little frazzled sometimes, punches power supplies off the backs of the printer. You use a hammer to make it fit, a la Ivan Miranda. Yep. Yep, all kinds of funness. Oh, I know you can be, Britt. You and Pezliz are quite friendly. I'm just saying, I'm more of a hot drinker. Like I said, that's what it is. The Frappuccinos, the ones that you can get in the little, I'll say, look like the old style little milk bottles, the Starbucks Frappuccinos. I can drink those, but normally, like, if this coffee got cold, it's either going to get thrown out or it's going to get reheated in the microwave. Like yeah. It takes a lot. Like if I'm hunting and I go, I have coffee, I leave it in the truck and my Yeti, I go to the stand and then I come out, then I'll drink it just because I have no other choice. But yeah, it's good to take camping because, well, it's going to wind up cold at some point. I need to find the right bag that had my alignment jigs in it. Not that I don't have a set over there, but alignment jig, alignment jig, and we're also going to have our this piece right here will set your A and B motor spacing. And this notch right here is what you'll use to do your initial screw downs to get things set up for the blind joints. And then this top piece, we'll put it on top of the hot end, and that will give us the point to cut our PTFE tube. So they thought of just about everything on these little part jigs now. So, okay, so we got our alignment jigs there. And down back, I did not see a measurement on here yet. It talks about the alignment jig. Oh, find the whole location. Yes. Feel like I'm missing something here. That okay. So you fancy Luke? Yeah. Okay. So it looks like there will be a little bit of a gap. I'll try and get these lined up as far as that gap for now. And we're probably going to set that overall spacing down the road. So for now, we're just going to go with it. We're going to use our alignment jigs and just press those down on there. It should be a fairly tight fit. And we'll have to do some moving around. In fact, I'll probably pop these off for the time being just to go over the open hole that makes. Okay. And same thing before, we're going to tighten down from the middle to the outside. And all I'm doing initially is just snugging it up so that they're all initially snug. And then we'll apply a little bit of Ugga Dugga. And you guys were going to let me do it, weren't you? So we're a high temp Core XY that'll go fairly fast. And we're doing all metal parts here, so there's no need or no chance of fouling a printed part. So let's go ahead, not lose the very, very tiny small screw. We'll get a very little bit of thread locker on the threads. Reinsert that, and once again, I'll just take it back down to where it's just snug. Once again, we'll work on tightening these down. Once they give us a measurement. Oh, there we go. We finally get a measurement. Gotcha. So 38 millimeters from the front. So we can go ahead and do that while we're here. One of the other things that I haven't done yet is like go through and do any heat set inserts. So before I get these all tightened in there, the easiest way to do this and make them both match is to use a set of calipers. And you open your calipers up to, we're looking for 38 millimeters. Okay. So 38 millimeters, you now have a depth gauge right here with this piece. So you can use that to set your linear rail spacing. Wow. Believe it or not, that was actually there. Oh, no, maybe a millimeter. Back these off just snug, just a tad so that I can move the rail. Yeah, and once again, you definitely want to use Loctite on these because, yeah, I actually had my rails come loose because I did not use Loctite, partly because I was using the plastic inserts. Hey, good morning, Zombie Hedgehog. Welcome on in. Um, yeah, those calipers have been pretty good. Like I said, they're cheap, but they've actually been pretty good. The battery has lasted pretty well on them too. But definitely get Loctite on your screws here because they will um, back out, especially if you do any type of speed. Good morning, Westery One. Welcome on in, sis. Hey, Westery, look what came in. Wanted to stop in and say good morning. Well, good. Have you gone out and done your chores yet today? Meaning fed all the animals and walked the horse and stuff? Or are you here because it's cold outside and you don't want to go outside and do that? So we are doing our first parts right now, Westery, for the LDO Motors V0.2 build. Once again, for those that just came in, this is a kit that was given to me by KB3D at Earth, and I am building this on stream for him. And I will be shipping this back to him or somehow getting it back up to him. And this will be going to a maker in need in the community. And then after this build, we're going to do a Voron 2.4 build for Chewy. He's got a lot of the parts already printed. I may need to print a few other parts. And I think there's still some choices to be made as far as a couple of parts here and there. But I think all in all, it's ready to go. And we just need to get things installed in place and going. Now I will need to procure a few things on Chewy's behalf from Chris over at KB3D. And I need to sit down and do that inventory here soon so that we'll be able to get over and get started on that once this kit's done. We were talking on KB3D stream last night about the Maker Vikings fin rear. And who knows, you may see a fin rear build on stream soon. This is going to be another open source, mostly printed, small size 3D printer. 4XY, of course. Okay, sis. Hopefully your mom's doing well. Dad too. And I hope you're doing well. Yeah, boyfriend number 1 snuck in, Pez. I haven't seen boyfriend number 2 yet this morning. Yeah, I gotta call my parents and check on them, see how things are doing, and call my brother and see how things are doing out there today as well. So my brother, yeah, let's just say that's part of the family drama going on right now. I cannot show the Ender XY right now because it's downstairs in a completely different room. Later today, one of the other things I did was I have some other 300 millimeter MGN 12 rails, and since I was doing cleaning and lubing of rails last night, I went ahead and got those set up. There is a decent amount of play on the rails that came with the Ender XY kit. And by play, I'm talking side to side movement or wiggle in the carriage. The preload really isn't set up nicely like these are. So I'm using a different set of, we'll call them generic rails. Did I put, no, I haven't. Did I put, help me out here, guys. Oh, well, if I get one that doesn't have Loctite, I'll find it when I find a screw down at the bottom of this. So anyhow, I'm going to swap out the Z rails because I'm seeing some binding in the bed moving, like rotating in the axes, and it's at the beginning of a movement, whether it's going up or down. We'll get a little bit of a shimmy there. So I'm going to try and swap things out a little bit and just revalidate that everything's nice and square and good. Yeah, it was the Z-axis ones along the front of the printer. So we've got these done. Damn it, we were chatting and I can't remember if I put stuff on this one or not. So just to be on the safe side, we'll put a little bit on there. And we're also going to put our little end stops back on, our little bump stops. That way our carriages do not come off because we don't want to be chasing our balls around today. Okay, and we got our Y rail set up. And we need to slide in a couple of our nuts. Yeah, so they've got these optional no drop nuts. So we've got two different pieces. These are a little bit smaller, and we would use these ones with the square. They're kind of like a roll-in or a drop-in nut that you can add if you forget to do a preload. And so it's got the, we'll say a normal shape of the T-rail, but on one side it's got a angled ramp. Wow, that is way blown out. It's got like a little angled ramp piece to it, a lip. And what it is you'll set this in there, you'll put a nut in, and then you'll squeeze them together, and that nut will ride up on top and become a sliding nut. Okay, so these are used with the square nuts if you forget to preload your nuts in the appropriate spot. Then we've got these types of nuts, and there's a spot for 2 and 1 for 1. And these will take your standard M3 hex nuts in them. And we'll put our M3 hex nuts in them. And then we'll slide them in at the end. And that will hold them in place so they don't go sliding around all over the place. And that's critical if you're doing the extrusion bed system, because oh my God, that is a pain in the butt because you've got nuts on 3 sides that you're trying to get lined up, and it's just infuriating. And these, like I said, your hex nuts are just going to pop right in, and these will slide right into your maker beam, and they'll be a tight fit. And we need the bump stops, which will be in one of these bags. And of course, not neither one of those. I hope to God they aren't in the panel bag because you'll see a grown man cry. Or wait, the bump stops. They have the hearts. They're the accent color. which we have right here. So, and these are M3x8 screws. We'll grab the M3x8 socket head cap screws. We'll grab a couple of these. Actually, these are button head, my bad. And this uses our 2mm wrench. And notice that by using um, this little no drop nut, that it doesn't let me get the end stop all the way to the end of the rail, and I'll show you what I mean. So the one on the left, I just took the no nut or the no drop nut out. The one on the right, the no drop nut is in place. And that little gap will allow your rail to come down and just start to come off. And you may have an issue with your rails. So there may be a couple of places where there's no drop nuts. May not be the best choice because you'll run into another piece and it'll prevent you from getting a nice tight fit on your part. And let me see here. Kenneth 3D prints. I use Mobilux EP2 on these rails. Now we're going to do the Z rails, which means we're going to do, I'm going to set this back over to the side. We're going to need another couple rails. We're going to need our C extrusions, so A, B, C. And our C extrusions will have holes at both ends and none on the sides. So holes at both ends, close to the ends. Got our Y extrusions over here. Set these over there so we can go and grab those later on when we need them. We're going to take two more of our rods. Once again, you've got a smooth side and then a, I'll say a bird side. We want the burr facing up. We're just going to lay our rails on top. We're using our LDO rails. We're just going to loosely lay them in place so we can get our screws started. And then once we have our screws started, then we'll use our alignment pieces. Go back to our M2x6 socket head cap screws. Yep, take care and get yourself a nice coffee, Westery. Once again, we're just getting these put in a little bit so that we can still move it around. But we do want to get these started so that they're easy to work with. Mobile Lux EP2, I believe is the one. KB3D sells it in a syringe, a 10 mil syringe. Let me show you. So the primary greases I use are Super Lube, multi-purpose synthetic grease, right? And this is a PTFE based grease. And you want the NLGI grade 2. There we go. Okay. And then the other type that I use is, Mobilux, Mobilux EP2. Okay. And I get this in a syringe, which makes it really nice and easy to dispense, especially when you're doing linear rail carriages. And they provided a couple of different syringe tips, so a couple of different sizes of syringe tips. But the nice thing is you can then get a, if you can find it, it might be in a auto parts store, like AutoZone or something like that. But you can get the full tube like you would use in a caulking gun or a grease gun. And then that way you can just basically refill your syringe and not having to keep buying syringes over and over and over again. Or you can just buy them from KB3D and have them do it. I'm sure it's Chris too that does it, that fills those syringes. But yeah, that Mobilux goes a long way, and I will use the Super Lube on like lead screws. I'll either use Super Lube or the 3-in-1 PTFE lubricant oil, lighter weight oil. Subsector just lurked, and dang it, she spilt her coffee. She's got to go clean the mess up. Um, Sometimes words are hard. Yeah, one syringe can last a long time. It definitely lasts several builds. I use the Super Lube grease for my linear bearings, and that's why you'll notice I've had that. So I have the 3D printed lid on it, and it's got 4 tracks set into it. And this is for LM8 UU bearings. So this works really well for packing your linear rod bearings for, I don't know, the Bugaboo, the Rook, the Mark IIIs, part of a Prusa Mini. And there's different ones that you can print for 10 millimeter. So you can use them to do your 10 millimeter rods as well. And I used to use the liquid um, Loctite. I still have some, the Loctite 243, the blue. The only problem with this is then you have to have a little dish to pour it out in so you can dip your screws in it. And I like the little like paste stick. Seems to work out a little bit better, not as messy. I don't get it everywhere. Okay, so we've got our C extrusions. The MGN7 rails, used our M2x6 socket head cap screws. We're going to put our alignment jigs on there, and we're looking for 33 millimeters from the top. So we'll loosen our little knob here so that we can move it. And I'm going to go all the way to the end again and re-zero, and then come back out to my 33. Never start from a previous spot and remeasure. Spot on, right at 33. Right? We're going to use our depth gauge again. We're going to put it up at the end. Line that edge up. And then just push this right to the edge, or right to the tip. And that just set the distance for that one. Same thing here. We're going to put the edge right up against it and then slide this forward. Now they're both set to 33 millimeters. And we'll double check it before I go to lock it down, because I am now taking and putting these on. So I will just double, triple check it to make sure I didn't just tweak something. Good. Start in the middle and just snug things down all the way, or not all the way. We'll snug things down for the full length, and then we'll come back and apply a little bit of Ugga Dugga. Now, once again, these are M2x6 screws. If you apply a lot of Ugga Dugga, you will shear the tops off of these screws. And then you'll have a bad day. So don't worry about super tightening these down. And get your little bump stops back in place. We're going to triple check this. Make sure we're nice and tight up to the edge. Got our alignment tools in place. Snug these down. Once again, a little bit of pressure from the top, and just using your fingertips until you feel the change in pressure. And that's just snugging it up. Now we'll come back in and give it the old Ugga Dugga. Okay, and now we're going to go ahead and we're going to put 2 more of our bump stops at the top end, not the, don't put it on the bottom yet because we'll be doing some more work down here, but we can add them at the top. And what we'll do is we'll grab a couple of our hex nuts. A couple of our M3x8 screws. What is an ugga-dugga? Ugga-dugga is a unit of measurement consisting of time and torque often found in automotive workshops. Ugga-duggas can be counted infinitely, but it is commonly understood that 7 ugga-duggas is the maximum torque, while 3 ugga-duggas is sufficient to hold most projects. Well, there you go. And I thought it was thread lock. Well, we do have the thread lock on there, right? And cross-threading of the screws is a poor man's form of Loctite. But if you apply too many ugga-duggas while cross-threading, it'll move from being righty-tighty to righty-loosey, and that's bad. So it's an M2 screw, so we'll say it was 2 ugga-duggas, but we also have Loctite on there, so we'll be good. We'll be good. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put my bolt through there. I'm going to put my nut on there loosely. And then I'll just slide this in from the end. And slide it all the way down until it's right up against the linear rail. And give that a little ugga-dugga. And get it in place. And give it a nice good turn. And then technically the sides that I've got the bump stops on, or the end stops, we're good. We can take that off, and that's not going to keep the rail from popping off. But we'll still leave the other ones at the bottom ends. Ooh, and now we get to do some fun stuff. So what do we got here? We've got our B extrusions. So we'll need 2 of our B extrusions. We'll need M3x10s at both sides. We'll need M3x6s, 2 of them in the middle, with preload M2 3 nuts. So we'll take our M2x6s and put those away for the time being. Grab some hex nuts. We'll grab our M3x6s and our M3x10s. Our M3x10s are going into the extrusion here, which means it's a metal on metal connection. Means we're going to go back to using our Loctite. A little bit on the threads. We'll start to turn that in. This is a good idea because you really don't want your frame coming loose during a print. It could be bad. The print volume on this is 120 millimeters cubed. So 120 by 120 by 120. Cute little printer. Um, so the printer over here on the edge, this is a V0.1. So this is an older version of what we're building right here. So technically it's the same bed as the ones that are used on a Rook, because the Rook is just using the beds from this. Yeah. So we've got our M3 by 10s on the end. We're going to need some M3 by 6s and our hooks nuts here. So we will go through and insert 2 additional M3 nuts into the highlighted slot between the ones added to affix the M3 by 6. It will be used to attach the Z stepper mount in a later step. Okay, so we need 4 M3 by 6. And we'll need 2 more additional hex nuts. So we'll need 4 for the screws and 2 extra preloaded. And I am going to use our little nuts thingy majiggers here. Or no drop nuts. Maybe. I can get it to. There we go. And it catches on the actual screw that's in the end. Take one of those all the way out. So one of these gets a total of 4 of these nuts, and the other one just gets the 2. And there may be, I don't know, at some point I may take my V0.1 down and rebuild it as a V0.2. I haven't 100% decided on that yet. And once again, on these ends, you'll have the part. And you just take that part, slip it over slip it in there on the screw on the extrusion and tighten that down to the part. And that gives you your initial kind of preset to make it a little bit easier when you're assembling your parts so that they're not all floppy as you're trying to get them together. And good morning, Capricorn. How are you doing today? Hope you are doing well. And remember that there are no holes on these particular extrusions, so it's no, the orientation, I'll say, isn't as important on here right now. And once again, we're just doing this to set our initial gap. To make installing these easier. So we've got it like we have here. We've got 2 up here at the top and a total of 4 down here at the bottom. So we'll have the 2 extra ones in the middle that we'll use to mount our Z stepper motor. And whoops, on your little diagram, it shows you, whoops, I if I hit the right one. It shows you up here at the top, there's the parts that we're working on are always highlighted in the frame or in the little diagram up. So orientation and assembly will have the bottom and the top, and to keep things consistent, the top is where we've got our end stop bumps. That's the top side. I guess I should put my M3x6s in here. And these are, since I'm using polycarbonate ABS, it should be resistant to the Loctite, and I'm putting just a smidge, like not much of anything on there. So we shouldn't have a problem. Okay. So this is really trying to define the direction in which things are going. So I'm going to move the top piece up. And what we're going to do is we're going to slide this over those end pieces. So here's my Z. The top's up here. The bottom, once again, is where we're going to be putting our Z axis. So it has the extra screws, and that's what the little note on the right saying is nut check. Make sure you're grabbing the one that has the 2 extra screws in it and make sure that they're there. And you're going to take this and slide it, the head of the screw, into the bottom there, just like that. And it's going to line up with that hole, which will allow you to lock it down. So we're going to set that up on both sides. And we're just going to set it on the, well, we're going to line it up on the other 2 as well, just because that'll give us some support. Okay, and right now it just wants us to tighten this down. And all I'm going to do is just make sure that I'm flush up against the edge. Don't worry about the position sides right now, because we'll adjust them as we go through the build. I'm grabbing my 1, 2, 3 blocks because it'll make this part a little bit easier. And if you're doing builds, go get yourself some 1, 2, 3 blocks or whichever size. 1, 2, 3 blocks tends to work out fairly well, especially on this size printer. But get yourself some 1, 2, 3 blocks because this will let me kind of line everything up and make sure that it's flush as I tighten this down. And once again, all I'm doing is I'm doing this just to lock the extrusions in place for the time being. We're not going for any type of adjustment at the moment. Now, I had these on here, but it was really just to keep these level so that it wasn't rolling back. But now we're going to take this off and we're going to preload 3 M3 nuts along the back here. So I need to put 3 of our M3 nuts back here on each side. And this is going to be to allow us to mount the back panel that our electronics will mount to. Grab a few more of our no drop nut inserts. Once again, your hex nuts just press fit in there. And we'll just slide these in from the top. And we just need to get 3 on each side. Okay, you're going to change out the tubing on the EMS. Now, I was hearing somebody say that you're basically going to the larger inner diameter tubing on the EMS, right? To reduce any issues in the filament path, just like any good MMU should. So on my MMU, when I had my MMU here, it's now over at Evil Diesel's house. I was running the 3mm inside diameter the whole way through, except for the short piece between the extruder and the hot end itself. There I used the regular tubing, but everything else I did 3mm because it's a reverse Bowden tube. You don't want it, yeah. Yep, there we go. I think it should be set about the same as it was before. I was playing with my stream stuff. So right now I'm using, it is an own 3D overlay, but most of the stuff in here that you're seeing, the only thing that's really the overlay is the 4 boxes up at the top. The rest of it is coming from Stream Elements. And hey, Mod Light, welcome on in. The TL with the larger ID. Okay. Hey, Mod Light, I have not printed that part yet. I do need to print that. I'm only printing with one machine right now because I'm printing the parts for the LDO, and it prints at 280 on the hot end and 110 on the bed. So I just don't want to be running two hot prints at the one time, because I have had issues in the past where I popped the circuit breaker for the room. So as soon as I'm done with that, which this is on the, well, provided that this whole plate comes off without a hitch, which it looks like it's going to, I will need to reprint one piece that broke off, and I'll have to throw a brem on it. There's a couple, so I'm using some, I don't want to say preloaded, but LDO Motors website, there's a link out to, I can't remember if it was Maple Leaf or somebody else. Anyhow, they had was it Maple Leaf? Motor Dynamics Lab, and they've got like pre-grouped build plates for the LDO parts or the LDO V0 kit, and they're made so that they'll fit on any 250 by 250 bed. So I was using all of those, and there was a couple of places where certain pieces I found needed at least like a 2mm brim to keep them from detaching. So as soon as I get this last part done, I will get that part printed today, and I will get it packaged up and ready to go, and I will make a post office run. Well, I might be able to take it to like a third-party place today that can drop things off at the post office, but it'll go out in the mail on Monday. Yeah, you sent me. I did see that you sent me the note in Discord so that I can print the right part out for you. And give me 1 second, gang. I was sitting here trying to read the LDO Motors notes. Now we're going to flip this over, and we're going to slide the top in. And you've got the wrench access. Yep. And once again, I'm just going to use my 1, 2, 3 bar, and I'm just going to hold this tight so it's flush. I'm just going to tighten this down. We are going to have to adjust the distances. And we'll do that in just a second. So we've got these locked down on the top. We've got our little kind of an H thing. So now we're going to take two of our H's, so A, B, C, D, E, F, H's, and we're going to slide these in, and you need to make sure that your holes are facing these nuts so that you can reach in there and tighten the end nuts. And we're just going to slide these down in both sides. And these are going to be done temporary, right? These are being put in right now just to align things. It was interesting. For whatever reason, that's not. Hmm, must be a burr on that edge. So all we're doing here is trying to align this to make it a square. So once again, I'm going to use my 1, 2, 3 block and make sure I get a nice good corner joint here. And we'll go in through our hole. And we'll just snug this down. Not getting the right angle, so I'm going to slide everything over so I can get the handle of my wrench off the table. So that side's done. Need my wrench back. Oh, that was painful. We're going to do the other side now, right? We're going to line that up. Snug it down. We're not trying to, you know, like I said, this is a temporary joint, so we're not trying to get everything crazy here. We'll take this and slide it over a little bit. We'll lock that back down in a second. What we're looking for is good 90-degree angles here. Okay, so we flip it back up the right way. So we've got the top and the bottom. Okay. And we're building this on a flat surface, or as flat a surface as I can get right up here. And you'll see the top, the bottom, we're doing these 4 screws in from the side, which is why I had to come off to the side, because with these 50-15s, the thickness of the handle puts it at an angle, and I was having an issue. Yeah, we'll definitely get that done for you, Mod Light. So now we're looking at, we need to make sure these are 90-degree angles, which is why I use my 1, 2, 3 block, because that's going to make sure that all of my corners are 90-degree angles, right? That's why I use this. Now we want 58 millimeters at the top and bottom, or yeah, the top and the bottom, and on each side. So I'm going to bring this over, zeroize it again, and we're looking for 58 millimeters. .01. So we're pretty close. Let me see if I can't nudge it just every time I try and nudge it just a shade, it goes way too far. There we go, right at 58. So right at 58. And you'll notice this, the inside edge that we're measuring, not all the way to the outside, but to the inside edge of that extrusion. So we'll need to line that up. We're actually pretty darn close. Loosen the top and bottom here, so I'll be able to just making sure that everything's nice and straight and plumb. If everything's nice and straight and plumb, then we're going to have a very nice squared rigid frame. So, and we're just trying to make sure that all of these are parallel to each other. There you go, K2 Kevin. See? Getting orders for cap tubes on my stream. That's awesome. And by the way, Aaron, I'm not sure if you remember, but I was the one that walked up to you at Earth on, I believe, Sunday, or maybe it was Saturday, but definitely one of the 2 days, and made the comment that, Royal Nomi says that she needs pictures of the babies. So that was me. Making sure I've got the gap, and then I'm flush with the bottom. Tighten that down. Verify our gap at the top as well. Well, that looks good. Make sure that I'm getting a good 90. So these are now parallel and everything here is square. And that's what we're looking for, is everything 90 degrees, everything is squared up. You got Octoprint installed. It looks a lot easier to run than Clipper, but I'm going to try and set up and run Fluid. Well, I mean, you can run Clipper, so you can run Clipper using either a Fluid, a mainsail, or an Octoprint interface, right? Or you can run Octoprint with a Marlin firmware on your machine. It just depends on what you want to do. Yeah, the best filament colors and sparkle. Yep. So now you'll see we're going to have one more of our end stops, and it's going to go on the right hand side. There's still not going to be an end stop on the left hand side. I need an M3x8, which I don't have over here. And the reason for that is the Z end stop used to be in the top right. The Z end stop used to be mounted here. It's now mounted down at the bottom. So when we Z all the way at the bottom like we do on a Rook. Let's get this started. We're going to get this pushed all the way up to the base. I was going to do it, wasn't I? I was going to put it on the wrong side. Okay, so that's now put in there. And now it's going to start talking about dealing with the frame components. And it says, if you have the Kirigami bed kit, you can attach it now and skip to page 47. Don't forget to attach your drag chain end link, blah, blah, blah. So we go back over to our LDO Motors page, because we are now on page 36 of the manual, and we change the view, not the view, but the app that we're at. And it tells us at page 36 to use the Kirigami bed guide for the assembly. So between 36 and 46. So I've already clicked that link and we're over here to Kirigami. You missed a lot. I think like 3 people ordered stuff. So So, Papa Bear Yelnats. This is the Libre Computer AML S905X-CC, aka the La Potato. It is 2 gig. It comes with the heatsink and the Wi-Fi 4 dongle already included. You can get this off of Amazon. I can't remember what the cost was, but it's the same exact form factor as a Raspberry Pi. I have one. I have not, it's still in the box, but I need to take it out and put it to use in something. In fact, who knows? Maybe it goes on this machine. But DB3D Dan did some uh, videos on it. And this is how it comes straight out of the package. So the heatsink's pre-installed. You do lose a USB port to the USB dongle or the USB Wi-Fi dongle because it does not have Wi-Fi on the board, and they did that for EMI reasons. They get better performance out of these than they do for putting the Wi-Fi on the board. They use something else. You can put there is a version of Raspbian on it, but it's not the Raspberry Pi version. You do have to download a different version of Raspbian. But yeah, all in all, I'm looking forward to playing with this. Just one more of the things that I got to play with. Okay, so Kirigami bed. This guy will step you through the assembly of the Kirigami bed for a V0.2 or newer. Page 36, you start to build the extrusion bed frame. Stop there, follow this guide, then go back to page 47. We need to check our metal frame. So we're going to set that aside, and we're going to come over here to find the Kirigami bed frame. So I like that they have all the boxes nice and labeled. This is the Kirigami bed mounting kit in red. Yeah, Chris's Basement did one of the La Potato as well. And I like that it's got, in each box, it's got what's in it, which is always nice. Hey, Mechform, welcome on in. So we've got the fasteners kit specific to this kit. We've got the Wago connectors and the little printed circuit board that we'll need. And we've got our actual Kirigami frame. So we're going to take a look at a couple of things. And the first thing it says is to verify that the back edges here are properly and fully aligned. You get that out of the way. We'll bring this over here and we'll set our 1, 2, 3 block up, and we'll make sure that it is properly aligned against that 1, 2, 3 block. And I'm going to say that's actually pretty darn good. Ever so slightly on this side needs to be bent out. Okay. Made of metal. but may be bent out of spec during production, transport, or mounting. You should check the measurements, parallelism, and coplanarity flat in respect to each other of the frame before starting your assembly. Right, so that's what we were looking for. Of course, these other images aren't showing up, which is always great. Got it. So we got it flat this way. The other thing is we want to make sure it's flat this way. So once again, 1, 2, 3 block across both of them. And that looks pretty darn flat. Yeah, I think we're good. Maybe ever so slightly. Okay. And at first you might think it goes like this. It doesn't. It will mount like this. So we've got our there should be 20 millimeters between the end of each of the flaps connecting the rail carriages. The absolute minimum is 19.5. So that means between here we need to measure. So we'll grab our calipers, make sure we're zeroed. And we're just going to measure this gap using our calipers. And that measures to about 2020. And it said there should be 20 millimeters between the edge of each of the flaps. 2020, 2018, I'm going to call that good. We also want a minimum thickness between or minimum thickness of the aluminum. And we're right at 1.93. So it's looking for, it assumes a thickness of 2, and it's made to fit an absolute maximum of 2.2. So that includes the metal and the anodizing, because the anodizing actually adds a layer to it. I've had that happen. In fact, I've got a note on my driveway that says, do not leave packages on the driveway, take it to the front porch. And I've had packages left right at the driveway. And lately they're bringing them to the front porch, and they're right, like there's the sidewalk and the front porch, and there's the crack, and they're leaving it right past the crack, which is great when it's raining because, you know, the packages get wet, which is annoying, especially if it's coffee. All right, so printed part. There are printed parts you need to print, fully assemble your bed. All parts rendered in red should be printed in your accent color. Parts rendered in gray has notes on suggested colors. If you have bought a printer kit with printed parts, or has the parts had the parts printed for you, some of these may already be included. And we've got those printed parts. So we've got this is the Z mount piece. Stealth chain mount. One of these other pieces was. Yeah, this is the stealth chain mount. And then this is the stealth wiring guide to guide the wires inside the metal frame and prevent them from rubbing on the metal. Okay. So these are the parts we're going to use. There's also the stealth front piece that'll go across the front of the bed. And there will be a clear piece that'll get mounted there. And then this piece mounts on the inside here. And this will hold our Wagos and the thermistor breakout board. And I need to check if I've got a bed diffuser printed out. And if I don't, I will have to print those out. Some very useful bed spacers. These bed spacers from Steve Peterson's Printer Stuff Repository may not be included in a part kit or PIF delivery, or hard to find being so tiny, but makes it so much easier to correctly mount your heated bed to the metal frame. You need to print 3 bed spacers in your primary filament color or a color that matches the color of your bed. I'm going to say I don't have those, which stinks. Yep, don't have those. So we'll have to, we'll see. I think, yeah, we'll look at those. We'll see about pulling these down and getting these printed. Heat inserts. Be using heat inserts. Soldering iron set to 300. Your insert should have one side with a smaller diameter that pockets in. And we need to do some heat insert install here. So where's my heat insert? Uh-oh. Go handle the babies, Aaron. Go take care of the babies. Alrighty. And we're going to grab our 1.5. And we'll swap out our tip to our other tip. Now they do provide, there is a toolkit and it does provide the tip, the heat set insert tips, but it's not for the pencil style. It's for, I'll say more like a Weller style. So I'm going to use my CNC kitchen one, which is made for the TS100 or Pine Sol or what have you. Just slides in, retighten your set screw. Grab our M3. This has various, I got the full kit, so I have various sizes in here. Screw our M3 tip on. And we'll get some power going. And as always, I'm going to grab one of my sets of tweezers that has a nice, good flat edge that I can use. We're up to 300C. And we're going to come in from the front side. The front side. From the logo side, we're going to go into our part. We'll start to work this in and use the flat to make sure that it's fully flat with the front edge of the part so that we don't get a like an issue getting anything installed. So that's what we're going to look like. Okay. Then the next piece is not going to load, but it will be our this is our Z belt or Z chain holder. So we'll have 3 different ones and they'll go in from this side. So we'll get these going. Yeah, Nomi must not approve the color choice because it's purple. Yeah. So it's funny. She said she doesn't like purple, but she likes the purple and pink 2.4 that's printing behind me. Okay. So there's our heat set inserts there. Next up, we'll have our cable chain piece, and we'll need 1 heat set insert right there. I said cable chain, but this is more of our physical wire guide. That piece is done. On our Careful not to press the inserts all the way through the plastic. And these are coming from the back side, going towards the front, and these are going to be used to mount a LED board. That's another, I'll say, quality of life thing for the LDO kits, is they actually will come with a board. And I'm going to have to do this by hand and try and get it lined up nice, because I'm not going to be able to get a flat in here. Okay. That. And then last but not least, 2 in from the back, and then 1 right here. Two that come in from the back are to screw it to the frame of the bed frame, the Kirigami, and then the other one will be to mount the printed circuit board for the thermistor breakout cable. And what this board is basically doing, or what this print here basically does, is it makes your bed have quick disconnects, in essence, so that you can take the bed off and do maintenance. Okay, 2 in from the back and 1 in right there where that little angled board's going to be. I believe that is all for now. We're going to get into part assembly, and it's going to want me to do that diffuser piece right off the bat. So give me 1 second to see if I can locate the diffusers that I had printed. They should be somewhere on the desk here. Famous last words. Last words. So these were printed in clear PET G at a very hot temp and really slow, because it gives you more of a clear part. My lighting is horrible. And this should pop right in. And just be a straight press fit. Like that. And let me put these away before I make a mess of them. I'm not going to put these away because I'm pretty sure these are going to be somewhat standard, but I do want to close them up so I don't knock them and spill them everywhere. Okay, so we got that board on there. Grab the heat set inserts out of the standard bag, but oh, there's a set of heat sets just for this. There's the screws that we're going to need for it. This will be the electronics that we'll need. Fidgeting with printers and cleaning up. Good, good. So in our Kirigami kit, we get a few types of things. And what we're going to use here next is we're going to mount this RGB LED board. So it's a single RGB LED. Come on. Focus. Focus, aren't you? So anyhow, it's an LED with a connector on the back. So this is just going to drop right over the top of that diffuser. And we're going to use some M3x6 button head cap screws that are provided in the kit. Grab a couple of these. We're just going to screw this down into place. Now you don't want to really crank down on these because you don't want to damage that LED. You just want them to be snug in there. For whatever reason, the left side feels like it's not going in there appropriately. That's a threading issue with the screws. So let me double check and see if I got any plastic that pushed up into that hole. Down. Mark 3, the Solval, and making some changes to the bamboo. What was wrong with your Mark 3 again, Pezliz? That just might be that it's not 100% straight. So let me make a quick and minor adjustment. That cool just a little bit. Yeah. Part of the issue there was the threading of the insert itself. There we are with the little LDO board. Press two M3X nuts into slots at the bottom of the main body. So that's two M3 hex nuts from the bottom. And they did provide those two hex nuts. Yeah, just making sure everything's running smoothly for Toys for Tots. Awesome. Yeah, like I said, I've got um the two rooks, I got two rooks, the bugaboo, and the Prusa Mini running Toys for Tot prints right now. Actually, rather than that, channel locks are better because you're getting more of a straight up and down pressure. So if you can get your channel locks in there, it gives you a better straight up and down pressure for doing these press fittings than a pair of needle nose pliers. I kind of get the feeling that KB3D Chris ran off and left me. Like, sure, make me a mod, and then he runs off and leaves me. He's probably trying to figure out how to hack my wireless to turn on some RGB lights here. Set that aside. He was threatening to do that. Okay, now we're going to get this piece set up, and we're going to need our two Wago connectors. They're going to slide right into the two slots there. Make sure that the rounded lever edge, the holes that you would put in, are facing out. And I just kind of go part way in there, push it down so it snips in, and then push it back or not. Because we're live streaming. There we go. So start pushing it in. Apply some downward pressure as you're pushing it back. That keeps it in the slot. And you want the top edge to go right into this bottom lip, and this front edge will fall under the lip that's in the front. And then that's when you know you're good. There we go. Get here a nice defining click. Everything still works. Up, levers down, levers up, down. Now we're going to have this piece, and this is a simple, just 2JST parallel connector. So this piece is going to slide right in there. You've got a little divot for your end pieces. The one's going to slide through the edge and will be held down by that printed slot. You might have to work that edge some. Or file off the little burr that's on the edge of the PCB from where it was attached. There you go. It'll slip in like that, and then you'll just put one screw in on one side, and the other side will be held in that slot. So will be another M3x6 button head cap screw. And boom diggity, there's your bed wiring all in one shot. Now we're going to finally get into the assembly. We're going to start by attaching our D bracket, and I want to double check the orientation. It wasn't what I wanted. Okay, yeah. So the flat part of this goes up, and the screw is going to be mounted underneath. So that's why it goes up. So we're going to mount it just like this. It does have cutouts, so it'll slide right in, provided there we go. So it slides in, and we'll be connecting these with M3x6 button head cap screws. Grab 4 of those. Or why that's not going in. There we go. I'm going to do the standard and just kind of go in a crossing pattern when I install these. Might have to use my ball end for this just because there's a slight angle, and right one. And it binds up my wrench trying to get it off. Hey, Mad Cat, how are you doing? Been a long while. Yeah, he did say something about adding My Little Pony animations to my stream. Um, and there you go. We got that installed. The other 4 screw holes will be used to actually mount to the carriages here. Now we need to add the bed chain link. So we need to find our bed chain. Full head motion, cable kit. Not in the cables. Not in the psychobilical kit. Maybe in the electronics and wiring. Negative. Oh, last but not least, build plate parts, maybe? There's our drag chain and the build plate parts. And we do have a couple of extra links in here. And want to make sure that we're doing it the right way. So let's see. Folding over. We need to attach one of the end links from the cable chain to the bed frame in the next step. Reattaching the rest of the chain later makes the assembly a lot easier. Chain has 2 ends. Make sure you detach the correct link. So the one that we want, so there's one where this would be, I'll say, an internal link. And this will be an external link, meaning the end piece is on the outside. This is the link we want to take off. So you just need to bend the edge out. I normally will use a screwdriver to do this. Once you get one edge out, the other side comes off. So once again, we're looking at 2 mount holes, and it's a solid side, not an indented side for this. Okay. So we need this piece. Says, yeah, the one that you want is the one with the most movement. We're going to place the chain mount on the Kirigami. That's our chain mount, Kirigami. Looks like we go on like that. So it's going to just slide up in there, and you can take it and turn it and use that slight bit of an angle because it's got the chamfered edges. And you've got a little nub here that's going to line up with that hole to go in, and then rotate it around so that that nub hits that hole. And that's how you lock it in. So we're going to have carrying it with an M3x6 through that left hole. Have an M3x6 into that left hole. Going through the face of the we're going through the metal and then into the heat insert that we put into the plastic part. Do that a little tighten down. And then we're going to secure the link with 2 more of those M3x6 screws. And these links are ovaled out just a little bit, so you should be able to get a little bit of movement if needed. So I'm a little intrigued by the fact that we're not using, because if you see the holes there, um, they've got a flange to them. So I'm surprised we're using button heads and not flange head cap screws or flat head cap screws or countersunk screws, which will have that flanged edge. But that's now on there nice and rigid. Okay, what am I seeing? I think you're going to print this on where we're at. Hey, my light. Is the one I'm looking at building when I get started printing high temp filaments. Okay, so there's one. Yeah, and here's another one. This one kind of looks a little bit like Vez's. Um, back here. Now we've got that installed, and on the right-hand side, on the inside here, we're going to mount our breakout board. And we're going to do it upside down. So you see we've got our two heat set inserts, and there's a little spot over there, and that's that board sticking out. So that's going to go in like this. And we need a couple of M3x6 screws that we can put in there. We'll line this one up because we can get to it in a straight shot. We'll get it close. And then the other one, we're going to have to use our ball end to get to because it doesn't line up easy enough where we can get to it. We're going to have to come in at an angle. All right, my light. Take off. Have a good one. And get these tightened up. So now that's what we're looking like. All of our connections are at the bottom. All right. And now we've got the wire guard to install. Trying to figure out the orientation. I think it's going to go like this. And the wire guard is press fit over two parts of the frame and secured using an M3x6 screw. Okay, so it's going to come up through, the screw is going to come up through this hole here. And we've got a little cutout here that's going to line up with that, I believe. Part down, part down. Okay. So yeah, you've got this little cutout jaunt that's going to go right over this edge piece here. Will fit in just like that. So it slides in there. You're going to have a spot for your wires to snake through. And you've got a spot for these wires to come over and be zip tied. And then they'll all come into your wire chain. So that's laid out. We'll need M3x6 from the back. Hopefully that fits. Whoops. And that's not going to fit. And that's partially because I put my heat insert in from this side, and it probably should have gone in from this side. So that was a mess up on my mistake or on my side. And you'll see how deep that is. So what I'll do, no harm, no foul. I'm just going to pop this back in. And rather than try and redo that heat insert or push it that far through, I'm just going to grab, let's say an M3x12 button head cap screw out of my stores. And that should get us down through that part. Yeah, that'll get us in there. M3x12 gets us right at the tip. Just a smidge sticking up. So that's fine. More of these away. Next up, we install the front piece, and we're going to once again come down through the top. So this is going to slide right in that connector. This goes right between the connector and the printed part. And we're going to line up and we're going to go right through there into our M3x6, or I'm sorry, our M3 hex nuts that we got down there. We're going to use our M3 6 screws. So there we go. Everything's now installed on here. Good. Okay. And assembly is complete. Your bed frame is now assembled and ready to be attached to the printer. So secure the bed frame to the carriages on the linear rails using 8 M2x4 socket head cap screws, which are right here. These are little tiny things. Do not use M2x8s that are for the stock extrusion frame, as they will be too long and won't properly secure the Kirigami to the frame. I'm going to grab our M2x6s here and put them back up. Alrighty. So standard, just like anything, we're going to just set this down. We're going to get this kind of lined up. Bring us down to the bottom. And my bump stops. Get those lined up. And these are going to take the 1.5 millimeter head. Like everything else, I'm just going to get them snug. And this is metal through metal into metal, so barely touch it to the our stuff. Go ahead and take this one back out, put some thread locker on it. Once again, a little bit of thread locker right now. It doesn't take a whole lot, especially on these tiny screws, but it just saves you the potential of having things back out through multiple hot, heat and cooling cycles. So what I'm doing here, let me turn this some so you guys will be able to see, is I just did 2 screws right now in a diagonal. I'm going to do 2 over on this side as well. Once again in a diagonal. And we're going to make sure that we are getting lined up on our carriages. Whoops. Line up on the carriage. So I did inner, inner, outer, outer on, or the inner top and the outer bottom first. Then I'll add in the rest. And before I tighten these 8 screws down, I'm going to double check with page 47 to see where the basic manual tells me to start doing something. Once again, these are tiny screws, so be gentle when you're doing this. That's why I'm doing the Loctite, is because that's going to help keep the screws from backing out when you can't really torque them down that much because they're so tiny. You don't want to shear the heads off of them. And a lot of people are saying that this is the hardest of the Vorons to build. Other people say, no, that's not the case. I'll say it's not as complicated. The the pain for this just comes in the fact that everything's so small, right? That's the biggest pain is everything's. So now it tells us to go back to page 47 and return to this guy when you're ready to start wiring up the bed. So we're going to come back over to our main instruction PDF file here. We're going to scroll through this stuff and go down to page 47. Okay, now 47, this is where we get into tramming, because right now, if I go to move this, it actually isn't moving too bad right now. But let's see if we can get it smoother. So what it's going to tell us to do is loosen the 3 screws and bring the bed assembly all the way to the bottom. So we're going to loosen 1, 2, and 3. Okay. And these are the actual screws that hold the vertical rails to this frame. We're just going to come in here. Cut these loose. Okay. We're going to bring us all the way down. Really? Apparently I cracked that too loose. Bring us all the way down to the bottom, and then we're going to move it all the way up to the top. We want to make sure that we're at 90 degrees here, which we are. This one we never loosened up. We're good here. 90 degrees. We're all the way up at the top. And this should set the extrusion spacing at the top rails. So we're going to tighten number 2. Once again, we loosened 1, 2, and 3. We had it all the way down at the bottom up against the end stop. Holding this, I moved it all the way up and made sure that this is a 90 degree. So we just tightened screw number 2, which was this one, right? And it's going to set the spacing between the 2 rails so that they're perfectly good. And it wants us to do some more tramming, so we're just going to keep doing that. We're going to keep moving this up and down, making sure that this is definitely very nice and moves free. Move it back to the top, and then we're going to tighten number 3. And it says to double check the 2 distances to make sure that they're the same. Make sure they're as equal to each other as you can get them. So we're going to turn this on. We're going to zero it out. And I'm going to open it up. Press it against the edge of the one frame and push in until I bottom out against the side. So I'm at 72.43. And I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. I'm just going to, again, close it all the way down, zero it out, go long, it's at 72.93. Did we say we were here? .43. So we're half of a millimeter different. So what do you guys think? Do we fight to get that half of a millimeter, or do we call that close enough? What do you guys think? This is set. I'm going to bring this down, make sure we stay square. I'm going to go ahead and bring this down to the bottom. So I'm still square. I'm got this bottomed out. Now I'm going to tighten up this one. And I should have good movement here, which I do. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, half a millimeter. I mean, that's a shade larger than a hair on a gnat's ass. So I think we'd be good there. I can sleep well at night. And like all LDO kits, like we get extras. There's 4 more screws. And this gives you an idea of the difference between the 0.2 on the left, or excuse me, the 2 millimeter on the left and the 3 millimeter on the right. Definitely a difference in size there. I'm going to put these to the side. They'll go in my spares drawer. Now we need the Z end stop, and this is the piece that for the life of me, I think is one of the pieces that failed, and I do not have it. And if that be the case, whoop, no. Yeah, I think that's the case. That's a part that failed, and I do not have that part printed and available at the moment. So we will move on without that one, and I will have to come back to it. Oh, wait a minute. No, wait. You guys didn't see to tell me that I've got various parts on this plate behind me that failed. So we want should say a part that failed. Yep, failed part. But so far, there's only two parts that I need to reprint. But there we no. All right, so I'm confused because that does have a heart next to it. So this does mean that it would be a, yeah, I don't have this part. So we'll have to come back and do the ZN stop, which we should be able to do with no problem. Yeah, fight, show it no mercy. Hey, Britt, nerd, glad you're back. So we're going to have to redo, or we're going to have to check this part because, like I said, it's got a heart, so it should be a whatchamacallit, an accent piece, and I am not seeing it on the print that's going or the other plate. So I'm going to have to locate that one and get that reprint. I know there was one piece that failed on the other print, and it could very well have been this one. So we'll come back to the Z end stop. As you can see, it mounts on the side using a couple of M3x8s, which means we probably need to put a couple of nuts up here on the side while we can still get to it. So we'll grab our couple of our M3 hex nuts. And a couple of our no drop nut inserts. Slide one up this side and one up the other side. All right, so we've got a ways to go, so we'll be fine to get these to get that installed a little bit later. You do want to make sure that it comes down and goes click, click, and that will set the height for that Z piece. And now we're going to take these two edge pieces off because once again, these were put here just so that we could square everything up. Now that everything is squared and locked in, we can take these end pieces off. So back to just here, we need to go ahead and preload some nuts. So from the On the back side, we're going to need 2 down here at the bottom and 1 at the top back, and then 2 at the very top. So we'll go ahead and get a couple more of these set up. Once again, I'm just going to go ahead and do the no drop nuts because it keeps, otherwise these nuts can fall out, but you can't get them inserted back in. And when I say fall out, it's simply, right now with as many times as I move this around, we've got 6 nuts back here. Had they not been in these no nuts, they would have slid right through the bottom or the top numerous times on me. So yeah, this is a pretty snazzy little print. And I can't remember who made this mod, but yeah, kudos to that person. So Britt, how's your morning going? Morning, wow, afternoon. Since it's now 1:30, how's everybody's afternoon? Oh, okay, so we've got 2 on the rear bottom. And I know I'm going to have to take this out. At least get it most of the way. One, two. Okay, so we have 2 at the bottom. We need 1 along the back edge here. Go ahead and put this back in. Ooh, Star Wars placemats for the kitchen. That sounds nice. Again, just taking this screw out. We've got 1 on the back side. And 2 on the top. Put the screw back in. And if your MCU does not supply 5-volt power to your Raspberry Pi, you are going to need to mount a 5-volt power source. Adding additional nuts into this slot can provide a secure mounting point if your 5-volt PSU has screw mounting holes. I believe we do not need this. Yeah. Yep, optional preload 1 on the top Z extrusion for the cable ties since it cannot be used with the Pico umbilical. Okay, I believe it's talking about not installing this one, which I already have there. It's not going to cause a problem. Didn't cause a problem. We'll leave it there for the time being. And it's optional to skip that. So we've got that there. And it talks about installing 2 M3 nuts down here. We're using a SKR Pico, which means we're going to power our Raspberry Pi off the Pico. So we're not going to have a separate 5-volt power supply. So we do not need to install these 2 at the bottom. Okay, now it looks like we're going to install our 2 Y rails and then 2 other extrusions at the bottom. Okay, and maybe the E extrusions. Death scroll, people, sorry. E. Yes, these are E. Way too far, way too far. There we go. Sorry about that. So these for the bottom, Y's will be for the top. So I'm just going to hold this steady for the time being. Just slide this in there. Just to snug it. And as you can see, it still moves quite a lot. I'm just getting it started. And a little snug so that we can have something to work with. Be a little bit snugger. There we go. And I'm using the table to make sure that they're flat on the table. The 2 Y rails. Once again, I want my LDO motors to be readable, which means this is going to be on this side. And it will go in. We've got the hole that will give us access to the head of the screw over there. I'm going to get it sort of started, and then I'm going to use my 1, 2, 3 block across the top to make sure that they're parallel. Same thing, my LDO will be readable this way. So it's going to go this way. Check those. Now we're going to double check. Actually, not double check. We're going to put M3 by 10 button head cap screws in all 4 corners. And this will be in preparation for adding the uprights. We'll need a few of these. And our Loctite. So the plan today is to, at the very least, get the frame done so we can then work on everything else. So once we get the frame done, we'll take a quick pause to see where we're at and how much more we want to do today. Once again, I'm just going to take my little printed piece, put it down in there, snug this up, pull that out. And I'm putting my Loctite down at the ends of the threads so it'll work its way through the majority of the thread as we insert it. And I don't want to go too much more past the frame because what that will allow me to do is take this downstairs on the countertop, the kitchen granite countertop, and square it there because it's going to be a squarer surface than this workbench. Add another mod to your bamboo, now getting TFT going full force on the Prusa. Nice. Yeah, I really need to get my Mark IV going down here and start it doing some Toys for Tots. I'm probably going to start doing some of the more flexy stuff on the Mark IV. Mice. There we go. This one is a little bit floppy, so let's just make sure that we're going to be aligned flat. Give that a little tighten. Modify the printer config, but it says it cannot access the file. How'd you do the fresh install? Was it a mainsail OS install off of the Raspberry Pi imager, or did you put a basic install and then run Kaya? Mainsail OS from Raspberry Pi imager. When you were installing or when you were going through on the Raspberry Pi imager and doing your setup, did you change the Pi? Well, what user ID and password did you put in? Because I have had issues where I've kept it Pi, but I've set up I've changed the default password from Raspberry, and it may not have granted all the right permissions because basically it recreates that user. There you go. So there is a permission issue, and you will have to go and do you'll have to add your whatever user to the right group and possibly do a change mod on a file structure in order to have the full access again. There is a knowledge base article on it. I'm just trying to remember where it's at. It is a permissions issue that you're having if you change the default login from Pi and Raspberry. Because I keep it as Pi, but I change the password and I will run into the same issue. Okay, so all four of these are set. They've got the M3x10 in the front and the back. Now we're going to use the H extensions and go down at the back and then again on the front. And our H extensions, C and H are the same. They've got C and H are the same. Give me a second, folks. C and H are also the same. UP, C and H. What's giving me pause is I've got one end that has, we've got the screws holes on both sides, and then there's another end that only has them on one side. So I'm just trying to figure out, does the extra screw hole go at the bottom or the top? And I'll probably screw it up whichever way I go and have to swap it out because, well, that's what happens all the time for me. Put them at the bottom for now. Okay. So see that guy that just put his rods on back at a 90-degree angle. Lock that side in. top to bottom, we're going to do this side or this piece. There we go. Now we've got our uprights attached. What we need to do is we need 37 millimeters between the rear of the upright extrusion and the front. So turn on, we're zeroized. We're going to go to 37 millimeters. And we're gonna do our check again. So we're gonna come in here and we've got a little bit of a gap. So this is where we will loosen these top edges. So that gap is set, and then tighten it. So we've got that measured out at 37. everything else, it's worth double checking. What I'm finding is as I'm cinching this up, the extrusion, because I'm turning to the right, wants to move in that direction as I cinch things up. And then on the other side, it wants to move away, and that would induce a little bit of a twist if you're not careful. So we just did that on the top. Now I'm going to flip it over and do the bottom to make sure that we're lined up. Hey, Numeric, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Lovely, lovely morning. We are just trying to ensure that our frame is as square as possible and following the measurements that we are given. Okay, that's nice. Hey, Pete, how are you doing? Welcome on in, my friend. Once again, our Y rails are our top. And I know it seems strange to see this opening here. You'd think that this would be the top of the bed. It's not. That's the bottom. This is the top. What we need to do now, we just validated our 37 millimeters, um, both top and bottom. So we should be good there. Like our next issue, or not issue, our next note will be at page 81. So now we're going to need our panel kit because we're going to need something out of our panels. So I'm going to gently cut the tape on here. I'm not going to open the whole thing up. I wasn't going to, but apparently I'm going to have to because it's all shrink wrap in here as well. So very nice packaging. So how are you doing today, Numeric and Pete? Hope you're having a good Saturday. Okay, so we have the rear bottom panel, some door panels, top hat panel, bottom panel acrylic back. Looking for the deck panel, mid panel, the deck panel. Oh, put that there. Okay, so now we got our deck panel. Looks like we need to get our other the other piece for our cable chain installed as well. Getting your day started? Yeah, I know how that goes. One piece off. Now let's get the other piece. So for those that have just kind of come in, we have been playing around with our um, streaming configuration. I have gone ahead and got some stream element stuff set up versus the Own 3D. There's a couple of things that are still going through Own 3D right now for bits and subs for whatever reason. I think it's the alerts that are still baked in. So I'll have to try and kill those off just to use all the stream element stuff. So we need to get our other end of our cable chain. Verify which way it's going. And your cable chain is going to go in there like this on the inner edge. And looking at this, yeah, they've given us a couple of extra links. And I think we're going to need to add a link or two to this. At least one. They did provide two other links in here, so I want to take this other end link off. Rather than jacking up a nail, it's always easier to use one of your small screwdrivers just to try and get in there and use that to get the wedge started. Be careful that you don't stab yourself. One side out, then lever it out. This is going to go down here, which means we'll need, going to be a good place for one of our doubles maybe, or we'll just use plain. Here's one of my doubles. So these are ingenious little things. They're called no drop nut holders. And they're very small prints, very quick. And it just holds your M3 nuts in a little printed piece that you can then slide in. And we'll need our M3 by 6s. Or actually, it calls for M3 by 8s. And looking at the picture, you want this pushed all the way down to the bottom. I'm going to push this all the way down to the bottom. And try and get in there and okay, so that's in there. Then we're going to take our bottom panel and you'll have the one cut out here for the bed there, and this is going to slide right in to the slots from the front. Just like that. This is the bottom. This will be the top deck. Okay. This is why I'm going to need to square this up on the on something a little bit better. Now we need to preload some nuts. So 3 down the right side. So 3 down this side. Take this out. Uh-oh. And pull these down in here some. Now we're also going to do 4 on each side on the bottom, and these are going to be for the skirts. So we'll grab a few more of our nuts here, or plastic pieces. We've had a couple of pieces on each of these prints that didn't work out, so we had some failures. But the nice thing was I was able to simply do a cancel object and get everything printed, and then I can go back and say, okay, out of this plate I missed, I had to cancel these 1, 2, or 3 objects, get them all brought into a new orca slicer plate and reprint them. I remember back when I only had like the V0 that can print things, and you're basically printing most of the parts one at a time, and that just makes it a slog. When you can do multiple parts on a plate and have multiple printers that you can bring to bear on it, it gets to be a little bit faster. So right now, because I'm streaming, I'm only running one printer because I don't want to stand the chance of popping the circuit breaker during the stream. Okay, so 4 on the bottom on each side, 3 on the right side. What else is up next? 3 more on the left side, bottom. Oof. Hey, Chewy, how's it going? Been going strong. We've been trying to get our frame together. We are missing 1 or 2 pieces. One of those pieces being our Z end stop. I think that was one of the things that failed on the last plate that was printing. And we have another piece that failed on this current print that's going behind me. But for right now, we're working to get the frame done. So the M3 on the side, and then these others are looking like they're along the top edge. M3's across the top edge. So I'm trying to figure out why they would be. Oh, I know. I know. Er, These are going to be used to hold the. Two of them are used to hold the motor in the back, and one is used to hold the idler in the front. Oh. So two of these will come back here for the motor mount. One will stay relatively in the front. Just finished. That's good. Okay, so 3 and 3, 3 on each side on the bottom, 4 at the very, very bottom. We need to preload nuts on a B, and B has no holes in it. And not preload nuts, we're going to preload screws. And these should be the M3 by 10s. Working your butt off, huh? Exactly. I've lived by that philosophy, Mod Light, which is from the military, is don't ask my troops to do anything I won't, I'm not willing to do myself. Except the only exception was butt patrol. And butt patrol, I mean policing cigarette butts because I'm a non-smoker. So I should not feel like I should have to go and police up the smokers because they can't put their cigarette butts in the damn butt can. That's kind of where I draw the line. But cleaning toilets, cleaning the office, taking the trash out, yep, got to do that. Back to life. When a Reddit post pointed out in someone else's logs that was showing an error farther down the log that it cannot communicate with the printer, so I reflashed the printer and it works. Okay, great. So rather than being the permissions issue, it was the MCU needed to be reflashed probably because it had an older version of Clipper. It just needed to be reflashed. Yep. So this is going to go in the front, and that deck panel is going to go right on the inside. So we're basically going to capture that deck panel in between these. We're going to use our last two C/H rails next. And this is your last chance to double check all of your M3 nuts are in place. So, looking at the bottom, we're going to flip this over. So looking from the bottom, we've got 4 on the side. 2 would be here that we have 2 on the inside. We did not put 2 down here because it said that those were for an M or a 5-volt power supply, which we're not using. If for whatever reason we need to, we do have these special drop-in nuts. It says there's supposed to be 4 here. Did I miss the putting 4 in there? Oh yeah, I missed loading the 4. So we need to good double check. So we need to put 4 of our M3 nuts in here. Doesn't matter which side we put them in, as long as they're all 4 on the same side, and that is the side that that is the side that will be facing up to us now. Well, yeah, and that's the thing is if you're a smoker, then I expect you to be the one policing the butts, not non-smokers. You know, that's my only thing. That'll go at the bottom. So we're 4, 4, 4. The 2 would be here, but we're not using those 2 because of we're not using a 5-volt power supply on this because we're using an SKR Pico. So I flip it back over and looking at the top, we've got 3 on the top, which we do, and then 2 in the middle, which we do. So we're good there. Now, on the left and the right, we should have 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So we're good there. Space these out a little bit. Looking from the front, we've got 2 M3 nuts here. Looking from the back, we should have 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 on the upper rails. 1 at the back, we do. 2 on the bottom, do. Okay. We've got a note here of quote the Raven nevermore. If you're planning on installing a Nevermore micro air filter, you'll want to preload extra nuts to the top of the slower extrusion. so it can be mounted later. Refer to the Nevermore documentation for the correct number of fasteners needed for your filter. Awesome. Well, crap. Let me check real fast because I know, I can't remember if Nevermore comes in this kit, but I will put a Nevermore in this regardless. So let me do a quick check. GitHub Nevermore. And we've got the V6, which is the latest. And the V6, I want to say, works for all of them, right? Doesn't it do the V0 as well? Back extrusion mounting for the V0 5 or 1515 version or Trident. Insert 2 heat inserts in the back slot for the lid installation. I'm going to go ahead and put 2 in here for now. And if we need to, we'll add some of the different nuts later on. We could also do what, like a bento box or something like that. There's a couple of different methods of doing air filtration in one of these. And I think it's 2. If I do the, I'll say the older style, but I'd probably do the newer style. This is going to drive me batty. So there we go. Now we're back to being flat. I realized when I flipped it over that the double nut holders that I used on the cable chain was sitting proud of the base of the rail, so I just pushed it up. So we did add a couple in for the Nevermore, and we're going to put our extrusions down or in. Now, what we need to be cognizant of is the two holes need to be from the front because we have a top and a bottom, and row. See, I told you I was going to do it. So these uprights need to go over here because they've got the extra hole that I need for the bottom front railing. And I knew I was going to do that. Kind of do that every time. Luckily, it's pretty simple swap at this point. So you need the top, bottom, and then the one side one. So the one that's got the holes from both sides goes at the bottom in the front over here. And then these that just have the top and bottom will come over here. We'll get that bottom in just a second. Making sure that those are nice and tight up against each other. Come over and do this front edge. And once I get this front edge done, front top edge, and what I'm doing is I'm using the 1, 2, 3 block to get the top edge flat against the upright and the straightaway there. Once I get that done, I'll flip it over and we'll do all the bottoms. Takes a really big idiot to have to redo that. Okay. You may see a little bit of wobble right now, but that's because we've got the carriages from the um, linear rails that are sitting on the bench top. Now we flip it over. Pretty sturdy. Okay, so where are we at now? Moment for mindfulness. Sorry about that, folks. So I got a couple of things. I've got a 6-inch square, 90-degree, 100 millimeter square, right? So this works out really well for squaring some things. And then this is what's called a 1-2-3 block. This is a machinist block. And you can get these with either smooth bores, or if you'll notice, most of these have threads in them so that you can actually screw these together. I got them a pack of 2 from Amazon, and just, yeah, generic. Yeah. Big thing, these are from China. Make sure they're a matched pair. And in this case, this is a matched pair 1-2-3 block with with all the holes. You can get them solid too, but I got it with the holes, and this is plus or minus 0.0002 inches is the tolerance level on it. But seems to be pretty good right now. So might be a good chance to tidy up your work area a bit, clean up any errant hardware, recollect your tools, be prepared for the rest of the build. Or, just keep building, I guess, you monster. So now we would start with the A and B drives. I will ask how everybody is doing. And if you think that we should continue or not. Because we've been going on for about 4.5 hours already. Yep. You're okay to keep going? I mean, I'm good to keep going for a while. So let me, as they noted, straighten up a little bit. Put a few tools away, put a few things to the side. Bear with me for a minute here. Take that, move it over there. Set these two over there because we're going to be doing some heat inserts coming up. All righty. So I want to lay a few other things out here. Idler. Let's dump all this out. This should all be the gantry type stuff. See how we're doing power levels. You guys got to let me know if I start, if I lose you guys. And I would lose you because my mic would go dead. Let's see. Well, it's the issue. So MDF will warp to the point where it won't be level to build on top of. Exactly. You got your new build plates for the bamboo from Zombie, and it's printing like a dream. Nice. You switched to iced coffee. Let's go. All right, we'll keep going. Um, well, and the other thing that you can do is um, build a torsion box, and even if you use MDF in a torsion box, it will be, I'll say, more level unless the actual like. So here's what I'll tell you to do, because this is what I did on my CNC for the bed, which is MDF. So either you have a frame that you put the MDF on, right, with of aluminum extrusion or something, and or you build a torsion box and you have your MDF as your top surface, and when you do that, seal the MDF. If you don't seal the MDF with a varnish or a lacquer, it will absorb water over time. But if you seal it, it won't absorb water because you've already sealed it against the water intrusion. And then you can use that as a level surface. These should be cooled down enough. They're coming right off, which is good. These are extruder accent pieces. I'm going to go ahead and put these up here for the time being. Let them continue to cool down. I do have a couple of pieces, like I said, that I'm going to have to reprint. So before we get too started over there, let me get those couple of pieces that failed going again. Up there, start preheating. Um, Object, brim only to enter place. Sorry, folks, bear with me. Just want to get those two pieces. And yes, the one piece is the end stop, but weirdly enough, it's a different, it looks different than the one that they were showing in the guide because it only attaches on one side. So I may have to just double check and see if, in fact, let me do that now. Let me double check the vanilla Voron V0.2 stuff. Huh. No, it's still the same. So don't know. Don't know. And in fact, let me, there we go. I'm going to wind up doing a brim on both of those. Okay, sorry. Hey, Numeric. Hey, Bionic. Today is the day to rest in bed. There you go. There you go. I think you're going to build a box so that you can vent the ASA out of the window because some people telling me they getting sick from the fumes. I did not get sick, but they're aging. My barn is huge and vented enough due to my welding vent. Okay, gotcha. So there's a Nevermore Max that actually acts like a standalone um, fume extractor. So you might want to look into that too, on light. Yeah. Okay. So we're preheating. Remind me in a short bit so that we can actually kick that print off. Okay. So we're going to have a couple of parts here. We're going to need these parts right here. Okay. It looks like we're going to go with the A drive first. And we need to put in 3 heat set inserts at the top. The center one's going to be flush. The other 2 are recessed just a bit below the surface. So I'm going to do both the A and the B at the same time there for the heat sets. Once again, the 2 in the center are going to be flush with the top. And then the 2 on either side are going to get drop down in there a little bit further. And there is a little lip on the insides. Should feel it catch on that lip. Okay. And your parts have the letters in them. So there's A, and we'll take A, the A and they're going to slide into each other. B and B, same thing. They're going to slide into each other. Okay. So that'll be your A and your B. Okay, I had a feeling there was going to be some more heat set inserts. On these parts, the bottom hole is going to get a heat set insert. Same thing on this part. The bottom hole is going to get the heat set insert. Okay. And we want the one that looks like the picture. So our tall piece is on the lower right towards us. And we're going to start building some things. We're going to need a couple of M3 by 35 socket head cap screws. Excuse me, button head cap screws. One goes down through that tall tower, and the other one goes in the one right next to it. Okay. We're going to flip it over, and we're going to start building our bearing stacks. So we're going to need M3 shims, or M3 shim washers, and we'll need our bearings, which will be in the motion kit. All right. So the ones on the outer side here. So on the outer one, the one with the long piece behind it, we need a shim, bearing with the flange to the shim, bearing with the flange up from the shim, two of our M3 shim washers, dang it, one, two. I'm going to take two more bearings, flange side against the washer, flange side away, and then another washer. That completes that stack. The other stack is going to take a spacer. Spacers! Which are going to be an accent piece. Going to fit on. We'll need a washer. Bearing stacks. So flange against the washer, flange away, and then another washer. So this is what we're left with. A double stack where the long edge piece is, and then a spacer and a single stack. Okay? Now, we're going to grab our A sides with the black piece or the accent piece in there, and the open end goes around here. So I'm going to go just like this. Line up in the hole, line up in the hole. Come on, there we go. Going to go just like that. And you'll notice that our screws should protrude through when we're done. That's about 18 mil. Whoops, 18 millimeters is that thickness. Okay. So then we're going to take at the opposite end of this 2 M3 by 30s. And that's going to make the sandwich. One there. One there. And these are going down into our heat set inserts. Not ugga-dugging these, we're just getting them tight because we still need this to move. Okay? So that's our build so far. These two screws are actually what's going to mount. So that's what these two screws are going to do, is go into these two nuts that we put here, and it's going to mount there and then over here. All right, so we need one of our motors. We'll get into our motor kit. We've got some new ends. Hope we don't have to crimp. Got our marker tabs, silica gel, and we'll have our A and B motors. They'll be the chunky boys. These are what long NEMA 14s. Yeah, NEMA 14, 52 millimeter heights. So we just need one of these. And set a pulley. And said pulleys do not have the set screws in them. The set screws are over here in the pack. Few screws. No. Thought they were here in the pack. Go in here. Screws. And set screws. Here's the ones I need. These are the M4 set screws. Need those. Rest of that, other than the belts, is going to be for the tool head. And the nice thing is these set screws they provide already have whatchamacallit, Loctite on them. And English sometimes is a hard language. Just going to get these started. Gotcha. It's a coconut allergy. So we're going to be doing the A motor. So we've got the A, whoops, the A side on. There's an A side and a B side. We're going to be using the A side to set the motor height. And as you can see in the diagram, the pulley goes down, or the tooth part of the pulley goes down. So all we're going to do is get our pulley lined up towards the flat. We're going to find our A, and we're going to lay it right down in there, just like that. So it's going to sit on the motor, slide in there, and that's our A. All right. Issue I'm having here is just getting things lined up. Now we're too low because we slid down. Line up. Good thing is I was on the flat, so um so unfortunately that's the issue with getting, I'll say, uh screws that have dried Loctite on them, or they're really hard to actually get to go in there. Kind of a pain in the ass. Okay, we've got that going. We used our jig, got our grub screws. So now this is our motor is going to get mounted on here, and it's going to do so in such a way that the wires come out where our screw would be on our motor. So we're going to set this in here, and we need, what do we need? M3 by 35s. These are the 30s. 35s are over here. Need 4 M3 by 35s and some washers. Yeah, they call there's bento box, which is another type of air extraction or air filtration unit. It's just a smaller, or not even a smaller, it's a different design. So you have to put a washer on your screw and then drop your screws down through here. And then we'll just snug these up. We're not going to crank them down. We're just going to snug them up a bit. Okay. And then we're going to add our knobs. What's going to happen is this becomes our tensioning mechanism. So what we'll do, in essence, loosen these back up and push the motor all the way to what would be the outside, right? Then you can lock these down. What we'll do is we'll mount these. We'll get our belts run with the motors all the way this way. And then to tension the motors, we'll loosen these screws and we'll simply twist, which will pull the red part, which is the sliding part in this mechanism, towards the inside edge. And then when we're done, we'll lock down the screws and that'll keep our belt tension. Okay, so there's the A motor. And we're going to check and make sure that our bottom rollers and our tooth pulley line up, which they do. So that's the A motor. And then we'll come through and do the same thing for the B. So we've already got our heat set inserts in place. We've got this laid in there. Now we're going to do kind of the same thing. Heat set insert on this and M3 by 35s. One down through that centerpiece, one right next to it. Right? Now we're going to flip it over and it says to do it this way, but it's kind of a pain with this one. But we'll do it. So on, how are we seeing this? We're seeing it like this, right? So I'm going to start with the outer edge of the double stack. We're going to put our washer on, flange side down, flange side up. 2 more washers. Ay, ay, ay. You guys let me forget. Camera's cooled down. That's okay. Another flange side down, flange up, and one more of our washers. Just like that. The other side, we'll need a washer, bearing flange side down, bearing flange side up, another washer, and we'll need another one of our spacers. No other washer there. Now, we're going to take this setup and we're going to place our printed part right on top of that. Get the holes lined up. So, just like that. Because that should be an 18 millimeter space, or where these are at, which we are. That all the way pushed through. Then we're going to do M3 by 30s. Either side of our screwed in there. We're going to screw these in just till they're snug. We don't want to put any pressure on this and compress it because we need our accent piece to still be able to slide and move easily. Okay. And if you do like I just did, that's not sliding easily. Back these off just a shade. To be able to slide a lot easier. And that's good. Once again, that's your motor tension or your belt tensioning mechanism right there. Okay, next up we're going to work on the other motor. Get our two set screws ready. Hey, Mad Cat. Thanks. Gracious. Like I said, it's great that they put Loctite on these because people forget, but good gracious, when this Loctite is dry, it is hard to get put in there. Okay, find the flat on our shaft. And this is going to go with the pulley up and the grub screws down. And we're going to use the B side of our jig. So once again, that'll sit there. This comes up. I'll have to raise that up. Whoops. That's tight. Now let's go ahead and tighten the other one. Go. Now that motor's ready. And once again, the wires come out where the screw is for our tensioning mechanism. And we go back to M3 by 35s and M3 washers. M3 35 and a washer. .335 and a washer. 3 and number 4. Okay. Well, you know what? Where are we at here? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so these knobs are to adjust the motors. So give me a second and I'll show you. Okay, so what we're going to do to start with is we're going to have these loosened up, and the motors are going to be all the way to the inside because this is the edge of the printer here, right? This is going to mount like this. Okay, so we're going to have these all the way to the inside like that. We'll leave them that way. We'll run our belts, and then when we go to tension our belts, we'll use the knobs with these still loosened, and we tighten our belts by hand. Then we'll be able to use these knobs, and as I screw the knob in, you'll see it's pulling the motor over. Once we get the motors to the right tension, then all we have to do is lock down the screws, right? So we get it to the right tension, then we'll lock down these screws, and that will keep the motor at that location. That's your tensioning mechanism. So we're going to double check, and everything lines up at the top on this motor, which is correct. Now the B motor goes over here, right? And so this corner, here, I'll probably be easier. Let me switch this around. So this corner that's got the M35 is going to thread right into the upright that's here. Then there's two others, one that already has a screw in it for our other roller is going to line up with these two here. So what you do is you set this on the side here, and then you just kind of line up your screw holes with your drop-in nuts. And then you kind of need to do the same over here as well. Kind of get it close. We'll set that down right there. And we should then be able to take this right into that upright. I got my things lined up, which I did. And what are we using here? The other preload nuts. M3 by 35. Okay, I don't think that one's in the right spot yet, so we'll scoot it over just a little bit more. Way too much, of course. Gauge. Let's do lining. Okay, finally. Like a little dance to get everything to line up. Huh. Well, sorry about what? Sorry if anybody that was talking on cam, aka Digital Dragon. You can use them in whatever you want, Kenneth. You can do a laser, you can do a camera slider. Yeah, anything that the motors will work on, fair game. Yeah. Oh, that's oh, your internet went to crap. That happens. Gotcha. No, I wasn't talking to anybody in particular. Okay. Now I have a base printer. We have our B and A motors installed. This isn't where I parked my Rover. What? Now I have the A and B idlers. So that away, we'll grab the other set out. These are the one taller, one skinnier one. So these are the ones that we want to work with. We're going to need a couple more of these M by 35 screws. We go in through there. And we go washer, nope. Yeah, definitely wasn't talking about the Korean bento box. So I've had those. So flange side down, flange side up, another washer. Okay. And this is the shorter one, which is on the on this one here. So we'll put the longer stack on this side. Make sure that the angled fronts are lining up. This will go through like that. Set that right there. This other one, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do a washer, bearing, flange side down, bearing, flange side up, and another washer. We're going to take our other piece and put it through there just like that. That through. So the shorter top end, aka this one, is going to go on the left. It says to make sure we've got 4 M3 nuts preloaded here. So I guess we'll be doing that before we do anything else. Let's tidy some things up here a bit. M3 hex nuts. And we're doing these because these are going to be for the door hinge, I believe. Or not the door hinge, but the door handle closing mechanism. It's going to hold the magnets for the door handle. They're going to go on the inside edge here. We seem to be printing just fine, so that's good. So we put those four there, and then the front screws attached to the threaded hole at the end of the frame here. And then be aware that this other end is going to go into this front piece here. So just kind of work on getting that lined up. Got that partially done. They want us to put in the cam locks. Locks. Your cam locks are cut in a specific way so they have a flat on one side so that they're only going to go in and fit in one way. In this case, your openings to the right. So we got this done. Right now we're going to put another M5 by 35 in the front hole on here. Good, we got that lined up. So that's nice and tight. I can't pull this cam back out so I can tighten the front screw. Should have done before I put the cam in there. We're nice and tight. So these cams that we're putting in here, these will be used to line up the top hat closure. So the top hat on this is a rotating closure. So, sorry, the top hat flips back. When it flips forward, you'll have screws here that you'll be able to twist your cams and lock the top hat. Yeah. We have bento boxes, even stateside, but yeah, definitely. Because we've got some good Korean places around where I'm at, because Raleigh is a big foodie place. Put the darn thing in the right orientation. The Voron logo should be facing out. So that's what your idlers will look like. Motors mounted. Uh, that's what they look like. And then you'll take them off and you'll put them in on the right side, because these edges should be going in a V, following the Kirigami. So I just put these on the wrong side. The good news is the screws are now lined up. Oh yeah, you make a Korean hot pot. Nice. Yeah, we used to have a place around here where we could go and get um, dumplings. Oh my God. Because we would go and we just order a whole butt ton of them, because they're all different, different fillings and stuff. And there was once or twice where I picked up the bill and it was like $200 for like four or five, well, like 6 or 7 of us. We'd go do dumplings one day, and then the next week we'd go and do the empanadas, which is same type of thing. You just order them by different batches and fillings, and they just bring them out to the table, and everybody just munches on them. Okay, so when done right, these cuts will make a V pattern like your Kirigami bed. And the idlers here, low, low, low. Idlers over here, high, high, high. Whoops. High, 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 low, low, low. And then there's your look at the angled. Now it says we're ready to move on to the Z axis. And I love this. Put your nut holder in and then attach it. Whoops. Gee, that sucks. Page 92. Turn when you're ready to wire the bed. Yeah. Awesome. So we get to install this while it's in the printer. And those are that's bed springs, thermistor, bed itself. Where are my um, leads? Not leads, but in there, there. Electronic and wiring, fasteners, tools, miscellaneous. By the way, your fasteners and tools, once again, you've got a screwdriver, Allen wrench. There's a number two drill bit in there for clearing out the path and your mini stealth burner. And you've got the heat set tool. You also got another thing of VHB tape that would work for like 8 printer builds. There's that. Like umbilical. Okay, thank you for bearing with me, everybody. We should be back. We good? We good? Everybody can hear me? "20 minutes late." Really? Really? 20 minutes later? That's what you're going to go with, subsector? Were my marbles all there? No, my marbles were lost a long time ago. Okay. So I'm just starting to work these in by hand. I'm going to leave that just a little bit loose for the time being to help with alignment in a minute. What? You couldn't resist, yeah. Been here for hot minis. Well, that is what happens when you huff the paint from the U.S. Air Force. Yeah, I didn't do too much paint huffing out there. Luckily, I was a comm guy, so I didn't have to do that. Hear you. Awesome. Okay, so we're back. Like I said, I'm not going to tighten this all the way down just yet. I want to be able to get the lead screw in. This piece right here, we don't need to do because it's already mounted. That's what we just put our thing through on. Now with the printer upside down, on the side edges on both sides, we're going to add 3 M3 nuts. So we need to build and preload some more M3 nuts. These will be for the mounting the panels. Yeah, you need sound channel points so you can tap it. That's true. I'm working on it. I was using Own 3D or Owned Pro, and I just recently started setting up Stream Elements, so there's still a few things that pop up from now and then with Own 3D, but I've tried to shut off as much as I can and running everything else through Stream Elements. We've got the drop game. We should have slots and stuff like that. I've got Chris in here as a mod. I could probably use a couple of others because he's not here right now. So there's 1, 2, 3. Pull those down some. Another 3 over here. All right, mod light. I can definitely do that. Yeah, that's true too. Pez Liz, baby steps on everything, grow and just get better over time, right? So we got 3 on this side, and it's probably going to tell me to preloading nuts for the panel clips. Yep. Now, oh, turn around. So we've got both the motors back here, right? And we're going to install 3 more down each, front and back on the sides. Here. There you go, my light. Yeah. And I get some of the like stream element stuff because it's in the cloud. It could be, I don't think it's anything on their side as far as the cloud delivery. It's or the service. I think it's more of an issue in the cloud delivery, whether that be the CDN network or whatever that's providing the service, Akamai or what have you. Yeah, and Twitch always does things, but the thing that I hated with um doing the just straight own 3D as well is anytime they updated their plugin or anytime OBS decided to do an update, if you updated it, stood a real good chance of breaking everything. Okay, so we have 3 on the side, then on the back, on this side we need 3, and on this side we need 4. So we need a few more going on. And I just like the idea with Stream Elements of it being just a web-based interface. So there's not a lot that could break and go wrong. Or yeah, it's a web whatchamacallit. It's a web element. It's an all-in-one web element. Okay, so 3 on the left, 4 on the right. Enabled eat mode only. Full modes. Let's say, really, Mod Light? You're going to start playing like that? You're just testing out to see what's there, huh? What I've set up and what I didn't. No. So right now, um, on this particular view, I've got KB3D's logo, Stream Element, and Stream Element's doing the alerts across the top, the chat window. I've added, or I'm sorry, Stream Elements is doing alerts and chats. The labels across the top are the Own 3D series, or excuse me, the Own 3D Brave series logos. I've got Pixel Plush, Stream stickers, and then the two, the application window and the camera. So yeah, it's layers, not Photoshop. So you have to have them in the right order for certain things to show up. Yep. So 3 on this side, 4 on this side, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Should be good there. Preloading more nuts. Last chance. The next few steps will install the feet. In doing so, we will be closing off the ends of the frame extrusions. This is the last chance to install the preloaded M3 nuts into the portion of the frame. So pay special attention to the nut checks in the next page to make sure you have a correct number of M3 in each of the extrusion slots. It'd be a real shame if you forgot. A real shame. Yeah. So, yeah. Left side. 3 at the back, 3 at the top, 3 at the front. Right side, 3, 3, 3. The rear, 2, 4, 3, and 1. Yeah, so the reason there's an extra one on this side is because of the spool holder. The standard spot of the spool holders on the right rear. Not a problem on light. Not a problem. Okay, so now we're going to look at it from the front. And we want to see 4 M3 nuts right here, which we've got 4 M3 nuts along here. Probably can't tell, but they're there. Ooh, and now we're going to start on the feet. Let's give her some feet. First, let's clean up just a little bit here. These out of the way. Three by 12 there. Only the spare set screw went away, so hopefully I don't need that. We're going to do some heat sets, so let me warm that back up. Get the heat sets out. And we're going to need our feet and our electronics foot. So that one. Oh, dang it. Oh, The one stuck, but the other portion that the actual hot end, the Revo hot end goes in, broke again, like 3/4 of the way through. So I'm gonna have to fix that at some point. Not fix it. I'm gonna have to. It broke free from the bed, so I'm probably gonna have to just do a larger brim on it. I was trying to just do a 2 mm brim. We're gonna do heat sets. That's what we're gonna do. So on our foot here, we need to do a heat set here and on the side. So I'm just going to throw a couple of heat sets in real fast. Make sure and use the back side of my thing to make sure that they're nice and flush in there. So one at the top, or actually one at the bottom, one in at the side, and then the front two. This is the rear back one because it's got the extra hole see-through for the Bowden tube. That would make these two the front two. We need to put insert in the middle hole there, and that's to secure the foot. Ah, drop an insert. Okay, so there's the two fronts. And the rear is going to get one at the top as well. Now I did the LDO files, and the LDO files just has the PTFE tube that goes through. What you're seeing there would have a press fit fitting that you can screw on there, or that you can put an ECAS in. I do not. I didn't print that one out. There is a different version of this in the standard files than the LDO kit. Okay, so now we need our feet, which are oh so cute. Tiny little thing. We're going to use some M3 by 10s, which I don't have out here, but I have them right here. Oh, those are 8. So M3 by 10, going through the tiny foot and into the top. For the front. Are you talking to me, Timor? All right, not a problem, come on, Light. Um, so I believe you are chatting with me there, Timor. And um, my Z seam is not set to random. It's set to, I believe, aligned in the rear. The standard Voron settings. Okay, so feet are installed. Yeah, so here's the ECAS fitting, and you take a portion of it out and stick the ECAS fitting in there. And then there's an MR85 bearing. You know, I may actually print this version and put that in here. The reason being, this version, the reason you have that MR85 there is you're also going to install an end stop, and it becomes a try random for prints at warp. You will thank me later. Okay, I'm going to print this one and I'll swap it out off stream, or maybe I'll install this one for now so we can get it on its feet, but I will reprint this part because it needs to be done in the purple, so I have to swap the color over. But the goal being that doing it that way, you'll have the basically it turns into a filament runout sensor. It is a filament runout sensor. All right, bear with me 1 second. Five millimeter. And you said seam set to random. That would be under qualities. Seam, yeah, seam set to back. You said set to random. All right, we'll give that a shot. And like I said, I will wind up reprinting this and redoing it so that I can get that filament run out set up, even if I got to put it all in myself. And Luke, if you send my parts out by third party, don't forget the receipt, please. Oh yeah. So by having your seam in the same place, that means that's where it starts and ends every layer on the walls. And it's just another point where it's going to stop and do a wipe or something. So by making it random, it's a different point and it's less chance of knocking it off. Well, no, it wasn't that I forget. I didn't forget my light. What happened was I told them, I was at the post office and I told the post office to email me the receipt rather than give me a printed copy. And I never got the email. And I checked all my junk folders and everything, never got the email. So I was really annoyed with that. Okay, so our 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 power inlet is going to come in from this side. So this is where these two holes are, and they'll go in for these two. So what I'm going to do is just kind of line these up. And I don't necessarily care about them being in the center per se just yet. These are M3 by 10s because all I'm going to do is get these started and then pull it over. Sliding anymore. Because there's a nub there. Well, that's good. So my handy dandy, I'll be able to do it this way because I'll be able to put it in there. Yeah, it doesn't work because there's a nub on the print, an alignment nub. What this does is it gives you two M3 by 10s, holding it to the one side. And then you'll have your M3 by, was it 40 that comes down from the top. And that is definitely going to hold this nice and tight, which makes plugging and unplugging it a lot easier. I've had a couple of things where the plug has been really loose, or not loose, but the outlet itself is not very well secured like this. So trying to put the plug in, the whole thing bends. Okay, so we've got the back. We need our two fronts, which are just going to be the M3 by 40s. And the fronts, you need to be careful because you've got your rounded edge and your that rounded opening goes towards the inside. Would it be wrong when doing giveaways to tell streamers they can't enter? Um, Now, are you talking about like other streamers, or what do you mean by that? Personally, me, I have no problem with anybody. I would be careful, like the stuff that I've been sending out, like even the extruder that Timor won. Um, I did not say US only. But if you're doing a giveaway for something that is you know, coming from a third party, then of course it's if they're US only, then it's US only, right? If it's me footing the bill and it's big, like if I was going to ship this printer to somebody, yeah, it's going to be US only. I can't afford to ship a fully built printer because I know what the cost because of the size of the box is going to be. Um, but sending that small extruder box, if somebody wanted it that was overseas, I would have shipped it overseas. It's going to be a little bit more expensive, but not prohibitively. Okay, so put these up for now. Let's see where we're at. All right, put our accent pieces on using the M2 by 10s. All right, and I'm hoping I just didn't miss anything, and they still haven't told us to put the Z motor in because I don't remember seeing anything about the Z motor. And these will only go on specific ways, meaning you've got a hole there so that you can access and take the screw out, right? But then you've got two spots that will go into little holes for the M2 by 10s to self tap into. So they'll only go on one way, and the opposite corners should be the same. Well, yeah, but to me, if it's other streamers, like I said, I don't have a problem if it was like something like, of course, Polymaker. If you're a Polymaker partner, you can't win Polymaker giveaways, right? So that's something that like Liz and Zombie have to deal with. Um, but yeah, I don't see why they would be excluded, especially since the vast majority of people in our group right here stream. Like, I wasn't going to put the skirt or the little exit piece on the part that I'm going to reprint, and then that's the one I just did. Awesome. Yeah, I realized that when I did the stream the other day, it was kind of like my highest I'll say concurrent active count, which was pretty nice. It was definitely nice to see the numbers go up a little bit. Um, and for the most part, we don't have any drama. We have jokes. We don't have drama. All right. So there's our feet's put on. You get that nice little contrast with a little bit of the red at the bottom. So our feet are on. Like I said, I'm going to redo the rear right corner so that I can take advantage of the ECAS and the filament runout sensor. So I think that's a cool idea. Hey, apply a thin layer of grease to the lead screw to prevent rust and ensure smooth operation. Um, yeah, these are Teflon coated lead screws. You should not have to apply any lubrication whatsoever to them. Okay. Um, looking at this, there's one of two ways. Either it can go out this way or go out that way. It's annoying that they don't really show you which direction. The direction of the motor wires does not matter. Use whatever makes the most sense for your electronics layout. Okay. Um, so I think I'm going to do it like this. So this is going to mount right. This is going to mount on the other side of this bar. So I want my wires to go either this way or I want my motor wires to go this way towards the socket because my controller PCB should be right here. Yeah, because the motor sits in there in a not flat, but at an angle, my options are either to run it underneath the deck, which makes no sense since my controller's over here, or I can run it out this way or that way. Well, my controller's here. I'll run it out this way. And it should make it a little bit easier. So we're going to put this on with an M3 by 6 in the front and M3 by 8s on these back ears. Well, Thunder Keys, I'm going to be getting off here shortly. What we're going to do is we're going to get our Z motor mounted, and then we're going to call it quits. So we're about done for the day. So this one's an M3x6, and then these two ears will be M3x8s because it's a little bit thicker of a part. And this front screw needed to be recessed because that's the mounting spot. And yeah, I tend to go for a while on Saturdays, Thunder Keys. Ooh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. You're right. The Morson is a bigger PSU. And with the Tri-Zero having 3 stepper motors, you're probably going to need that extra oomph. Now we're going to take this and we're going to insert it into our printer. The anti-backlash nut works by applying constant pressure, blah, blah, blah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this on the front rather than the back for a couple of reasons. One is this is going to need to go through and through this screw. Then the other part of that is I need to get the spring and the other part of the nut pushed in. Okay, and of course, here's where I foobarred and didn't put the screws. So what we'll do is I'm not going to get this rod out because it's attached to the Z's through screws this way and that way. I mean, I have to take 3/4 of the frame apart. So what I'm going to do is LDO did provide another set of printed parts and some square nuts that are specifically machined to be able to roll in or slide into these slots. And so what happens here is you've got these nuts that you should be able to slide into the slot, and they've been machined. Come on. Okay, anyhow. They've been specifically machined to be able to go in there. I really wish I could figure out. Anyhow, they've been machined to go in there. And then these printed parts have a ramp edge on one side, so you can basically ramp these up onto them and they'll become a stacked set that will latch them in here. So the printed part can go in. Printed part should go in. Be able to roll in there. That one went flying. If not, you'll see a grown man cry as he tries to figure out how to take this whole thing apart off stream. Oh, there we go. That one slipped in. Same thing with these nuts. They should be able to flip in. Rotate in just like that. Whoops. Rotate in just like that. And then you should be able to squeeze them together. Maybe with two different. Oh, there we go. There we go, just like that. And now you've got a nut with a plastic piece underneath it. There's a video. I will try and find the video and pull it up for you guys or link to it because it's really, really neat how that happens. Or it's a great print, especially for this printer, because it really does make it so much easier when you do forget to put a preload a nut, or if you're coming in later with a mod that requires another nut or two. Because I know with my V0.1, I had to take a bunch of stuff apart to do a mod at one time. And that was beyond frustrating. Beyond frustrating. Just like that. So now I can slide these over, line them up. And M3x8. No, it wasn't for the Bowden. It said, there are two nuts here for the 5-volt power supply. And because this doesn't use a 5-volt power supply, I was like, oh, well, I don't need those. But it was actually, two nuts and then two more if you're going to use the optional 5-volt power supply. So I misunderstood and yeah, kind of screwed myself. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look at right now eyeballing it between these two properly spaced. Well, yeah. Or follow what it says. It says keep them loose so it can wobble a bit. Because, we're going to do one of those standard things like, I don't know, um, run the bed up and down, and then lock it in place probably. We'll flip it over, and we've got two M3x8s that need to come in from the front. Yeah, and that's what those post install nuts are there for, is for when you make errors just like that. Oh yeah. Probably would help if I lined these two nuts up too. One there, looks like the other one's over there. What I'm doing now is just trying to get the two nuts that I did preload for this side moved over and into place, which is easier said than done because as you can see, it is kind of a tight fit. Okay. My screwdriver, use the ball headed screwdriver again for this one just because. This should be the right one. Or these. Not lined up on the. Oh, second mod light. Fat fingers, tiny screws, gonna drive me nuts. Use this, get it in the hole. Only one side found it. The other side, awesome. All right, so we got these started. Now I'm gonna back them off so that it's loose again. Still need to figure out how to wire the power, how to wire and power the LED for Stealth Burner. Um, so you could use a buck converter, but you should have plenty. That 5-volt 20 amp buck converter would be fine. The question is whether or not your LEDs that you got for your Stealth Burner are 5-volt or 24-volt. Take your time here and loosen these two screws. They are fully and duly loose. We're going to ensure that our bed movement is smooth. If you get a grinding noise or skipping of the Z motor when cycling the bed later, this is the step you will have to return to. Alignment of the backlash nut. Move your bed assembly all the way to the lowest position. You want to make sure that your motor and lead screw assembly is in line with your T8 nut and the backlash nut assembly. There's excess room available around the screw holes of the backlash nut to ensure that you can attach the nut and not cause binding in the Z-axis at its lowest position, even if it's slightly off center. We want to make sure that our lead screw is even, and that's one of the reasons why I have it laying down, is so I can make sure that it doesn't wobble or get uneven. And you can see that I'm able to move this by hand. So we get it down to the center, and it wants us to lock it down. So we're going to go ahead and lock down the nuts in our nuts. We're going to lock down the screws that we left loose on our lead screw. And right now I just barely got them tightened up, and I'm going to run it again, full motion. Make sure we're not binding anywhere. And go ahead and give it a little more security. Now remember, I'm going into a POM or HDPE type material. So if you keep going, you will strip it. Now it wants us to go up and down, check the alignment. Awesome, it hasn't told me to do the screws all the way, but I am going to go ahead and tighten these. Okay, we feel good, so I'm going to switch over to the top there, tighten these two screws down. And I can tell right now that it is not in alignment. Seem to get considerably harder down at the bottom. This is where it's worth taking your time. Flip it over, flip it over. Keep checking your movement. Make sure that it's not binding. It will take more force down than up because you're fighting against you're opening the spring up, and you got twice the tension on the lead screw. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to crack this again now that I've got the motor itself in alignment. I'm going to crack those again so I can go down. Now I'm down at the bottom. I'm going to lock these back down. And that should give me a good position, hopefully, where up's easy, down with no binding. So there we go. We are done to that point. We've got our Z lead screw in and aligned. And we've got good movement all the way up and down. And we're at the stopping point. So there you have it. We've got our feet on. We've got our A and B motors on, our front idlers on, the bed mounted in all of its gloriousness. And we've got our Z screw done. So we're getting pretty close. I think we did pretty darn good for today. 5-volt or 20 or so. Yeah, talk to KB3D on where he got his not mean well BS 20-5. It was a 20 watt 5-volt or 25, yeah, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, there's those, the M3x8. So there. Self tapping screws. So there. Washers. Went in the front there. Got the rest of those nuts. These are the oops nuts, the oops printed nut pieces. Will be stuff on the electronics base, so we shouldn't need those. Go ahead and put those over in the box here. These will be for the X gantry, and for the next go around, we're just going to go ahead and start getting things cleaned up. We do have a couple of spare parts that were printed off here. We also have our Z motor mount that we printed out. Just need to clean up the edge a bit. So what do you guys think of this build so far? I really like it. I like the LDO kits. I'm interested in printing out that piece to do the filament runout sensor, because that's one of the things that gets me with my V0.1 is not having a filament runout sensor and not hearing when the filaments run off the spool. The next thing you know, you've got a failed print, and you didn't realize you were printing in midair and cooking filament in your tool head, which is never a good idea, because that that leads to all kinds of bad things. The Two Trees original sapphire printer. I do remember it, Timor, but I wouldn't have any clue where to find one or pick one up. Okay, so we do have a few other pieces here that go to the bed. So we're going to go ahead and just put these in a baggie. These will be for the motor wires, and this goes for our Z-axis as well. I'm just going to kind of put these up and out of the way. We'll hold these off for later. We'll have our backer that we'll put over here with our other, with our high wind rail. Don't need the silica gel. Our heat set inserts can go back in here. Those can go there. All right, so I've kind of cleaned up as much as I can. Like I said, this is going to be our X end stop. So the end stop will physically mount right here in the front. And then this side will mount over here. We'll bring the bed down to make sure that it does its little thingamabobber, making noise, and adjust as needed. But there you go. That is awesome. So I've got, the good thing is I can get this out. So this nut here, I put in the nuts with the plastic pieces, and this actually has alignment nubs on it, so it won't sit flush if I had the plastic piece in there. But the good thing is I should be able to slide these straight up and out and be able to use just a straight nut in that spot. We'll have these for later use. If only there was a way to repurpose those and use them, I don't know, somewhere else. But I will go ahead and get the piece fitted here and ready to go. I do want to check, do they have plug wires for these, or do I actually solder up wires first? I'll read into that too before I do it. All right, folks, let's find a good raid target, because yeah, I'm hungry now. Digital Dragon needs to go get some food. So what do we have out there as potential raid targets? Shows a new Vile Mods, that Free Heathen guy. Shall we go give Free Heathen a rough time? Hey, Shaudel, how's it going? Didn't see you in here. All right, sounds good, Modlight. I can give you a call this weekend. Do you do church or anything tomorrow, or am I good to give you a call anytime? And I guess I should double check what time zone you're in. Hour or 2 hours behind me. And I'll try and take some pictures of this with my phone and post a couple of pictures up so you guys can see the progress that we've made so far. All right. Vile Mods, Timor? Okay. Not sure what Vile Mods is working on. Looks like he's working on another soft foam dart project. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. I'll give you a call later, Modlight. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get the raid started. Please, everybody, jump on. Let's go over and raid Vile Mods. We are going to, let's just go and hang out with Vile Mods, watch what he's doing. I will probably also jump into Free Heathen just to heckle him for a little bit because he likes to heckle me, so why not? But thank you all very much for being here today. Thank you for working through some of the stuff that goes on with printing building a new printer and still having to fight to get some parts done on time and stuff like that. But together, I think we got it all done. Well, not all done yet, but I think everything that we've done today has come out very nice. So thanks for being here. I'll take a couple of glamour pics, post them up on Twitter and Discord, and let's go give Vile Mods a raid. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you on Tuesday at 5:30 p.m.